You want an American-sounding guy? I'll read it for you. The Divine Code, second edition by Rabbi Moshe Weinhoff, and I'm Jack Taylor reading your best hits. No, yeah, the Stone. I understand why everybody praises it so much. The Stone edition Chumash compared to the Hertz, especially, which is where I came from. That was my first Chumash. Yeah, I understand why people sing its praise. It's really good. It dives deep, which is nice. The commentaries are much better, much more thorough.
Yeah.
Than anything I'd seen before. All right, let me put them back up now. Hey, does anybody know the proper stacking of books? I would put if I were to stack them, I would put the Chumash on top of the Tanakh. Does anybody know the proper I know that there's a proper way that you were to organize your books. I've heard that anyway. If anybody has a clue, holler back, yo.
I don't know. J-Dubs, are you part Jewish?
No.
Maybe it's a New York thing.
Yeah, I guess, maybe.
It could be a New York thing. You know, kind of like your mother says, I'm really disappointed. And then you're running through your mind like, okay, did I do something to disappoint you? Like I don't remember doing anything to disappoint you. Why are you disappointed? Well, last night I had a hangout and you didn't come. It's like, oh my God!
It's the guilt thing. These are great at guilt.
Oh God!
I went through all this trouble. You never showed up. You never even called me. I waited for you. And where were you? You were nowhere. You were nothing to me. What was that to you?
I sent you invites. I begged you to come.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I'm glad. That's not a bad thing to be considered. I've been called a lot of names, and Jewish is not far as the worst one I ever heard.
My wife is like, because I'm really frugal. And my wife's like, you were stingy when we were first dating. And when I was like a Jew, she's like, thank you. Thank you, honey. I just hear Mort on Family Guy or Saul Rosenthal from the Jerky Boys.
Or who is it? Mike. Oh crap!
That's more of a New Jersey though. They sound more like Woody Allen. Excuse me. They sound more like Woody Allen around here.
Right. Well, I was just thinking of, and isn't it terrible? He's Canadian, but he did Saturday Night Live for years, and he did the oh crap, who's the spoof off the British detective, Mike Myers. Yeah, on Saturday Night Live, he would do the Jewish lady, the old Jewish lady. And interweave all this Yiddish into it, and he married a Jewish girl, and so he based it off his mother-in-law. I wouldn't watch Saturday Night Live, not because there's anything wrong with it. It's just like late at night, and so I'd never be bothered doing it. But he was on the Actors Studio, and I used to watch the Actors Studio quite a bit.
Saturday Night Live isn't what it used to be.
No, nothing like previous casts for sure. I don't think they'll ever top like Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd and all those guys that were on Chevy Chase back in what would have been the late 70s or early 80s, maybe?
Mid-70s.
Okay.
Chevy came in after, or no, it was Bill Murray when it came in after Chevy decided to go movies. It was like 76, 77.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a new frontier because they were so blue and off-colored at times. And
Yeah.
it was such a, so yeah, the possibilities were much grander back then for real comedy. And these were, you know, not there's anything wrong with Saturday Night Live now, but yeah, just it's not as hot.
Besides the fact that it sucks.
Besides, yeah.
Other than that, it's not bad.
Yeah. I tried it. There's a philosophy they had at Second City TV, which was like the predecessor to Saturday Night Live, that they were doing in Canada. Well, you would know Prescott, Second City. They said one of their main creeds of that troupe was that your job is to make the other guy look good.
Yeah.
That would be everybody's individual creed, and it creates such a great working in any work environment I've been in or that I participate in, for that matter. I work under that very same philosophy, and it's served me well. It's served me very, very well.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, see, this all would have been back in a time, like I would have been quite young at the time, probably early mid-teens, something like that. And watching these shows was considered taboo from our church's point of view. And we had there was a period of time when there was a significant addition. They would have called it revival, although it was, you know, probably not. Well, I think it probably would have been better than most people's standards, but we had quite a few new people in the church, and among them was a bunch of young people, and of course they didn't realize the rules that we had all grown up with in the church, and so they largely became the they became responsible probably for introducing most of us to what we now look back and realize was our introduction to the world. Because prior to that, it was like, you know, four-piece gospel quartet music and the like. So, didn't even know any secular music until I was in my teens.
Wow.
Oh, apart from classical, which I studied, but classical is pretty safe.
My mom was an Elvis fan, so I was raised on a lot of Elvis, which included gospel and the like. But she had no problem with rock and roll. In fact, she bought me Queen, We Will Rock You, when I was like 3. She said that I would sit there and just bounce to it, that I got the beat immediately.
Hilarious.
I prefer the movies over his music, personally.
Who's that?
Elvis.
Oh, right on. Yeah, so she when I saw Kiss, I thought that was the coolest thing ever. And she didn't think anything wrong of it, believe it or not. I had a Kiss like mask, had Gene Simmons one.
Yeah.
And had the hair, and I wore that for Halloween one year. You know, she got me my D&D set, and that's what our school went nuts on. When I showed up with a D&D book in junior high, they said it was a direct link to witchcraft. It's like, no, it's fictional. It's like watching TV. You know, we roll dice to see. You know, we're not actually casting spells. It's not real. But you know, they took up my stuff. I took a James Bond role-playing game I got before it came to Texas. I had a copy of it I got from Florida. Took that up. Didn't like that. Oh no, witchcraft at lunchtime. We can't have that.
So I have to ask the room now. Beatles or Elvis? Yeah, Reuven says Elvis. I have to agree. I like Elvis. I'm particularly fond of the Beatles. I like the early stuff. I like, please, please, please me. I want to hold your hand. The early stuff. That when they start doing the drug bit and they start going to India, that's when they lose me. They start being hippies.
That Elvis shot was that's from the 70s. That's how Elvis Presley Enterprises now. You have to be sanctioned to have an Elvis to do anything with Elvis's face rather. But this was actually an artist's rendition. It was my dad's, and he gave it to me. So that should answer your question right there.
No, we got Elvis on the wall too, man. Elvis house.
You know what John Lennon said? He goes, before Elvis, there was nothing.
Yeah, see, even he knows.
Walter White has entered the building.
Well, I mean, before Elvis, there were all of Elvis's songs. They were just, being played by the black people that actually wrote them.
Yeah, Elvis did a lot of different stuff. He just did. He combined country and R&B and rockabilly and country and laid it on a gospel. A lot of what Ray Charles did. Ray Charles created something like that. What Elvis did was Elvis added country and rockabilly. When you listen to Scotty Moore's old blues or old his guitar riffs were really a combination of that country, but it embraced the blues at the same time. It was, I mean, when Elvis came on the scene, everybody could do anybody. It was out of the closet. The bottle was open. A guy who could sing gospel would also be a rebel to the other generation. Hell yeah. You're king, Elvis. There's only one king, man. That's Jesus Christ. Elvis, why do you wear a Star of David and a cross on the same chain? Because I don't want to miss out on heaven on a technicality. Elvis was fucking deep, man. Elvis was deep, dude. Elvis was the shiznat. Don't get me started on Elvis. I will bust out the guitar and start singing. And you don't want that to happen.
No. Jello's not or shaking his head. No.
Please.
I'm not interested in seeing any Elvis impersonations without the fucking lip twinge. If you can't get your lip going, I'm not interested.
Uh-huh. Suzanne, baby, I did 29 pictures of that lip. Uh-huh.
I have to. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say they're re-releasing That's the Way It Is in the theaters. It's been digitally remastered. I've seen the original. When they first remade the movie in 2000. It's a really, really, really good film they did. Yeah. It was first rock. It was like A Hard Day's Night, but it was real. It was just a rockumentary. It was really the first one, and it was when Elvis was doing Vegas. He was like peaking in like 1970, and he was still rocking. He was a rocking mother, but you don't get that about him until you watch this, or if you know. Well, anyway, it's being released soon. It'll be in theaters. You can go to Elvis.com, whatever, and you get all the info. But you can see a showing of it. It's coming to all the digital theaters around the country. That's all I have to say about that.
Oh, J-Dubs, to answer your question earlier, Beatles, definitely Beatles. I really think they were the first punk band.
Yeah. You like the student tie, clean cut Beatles, or do you like the more hippie change of the Beatles towards the end of the career?
I like them. I guess middle of their career. I like it more their stuff in like the mid to late '60s.
Okay, that's fair enough. All right.
Like I think what is it? The White Album is one of the greatest albums ever. Like the White Album is up there with The Wall. It's up there with what was the Iron Maiden album that had 666 on it, 666 and the Indians or Run to the Hills. Anyway, it's like that kind of shit. Like top 50 albums of all time.
The Beatles. Well, I mean, I remember my stepdad when he was saying, my old stepdad, he was saying that when he first heard "I Want to Hold Your Hand," he was frozen. He was a Buddy Holly guy, but he said he'd never heard anything like that ever. No one heard anything like that.
Oh, I love Buddy Holly.
I've got a Buddy Holly vinyl as well in the other room. Yeah, the English had a tendency to go off in classical, you know, and play with it a little more when American rock and roll is always stuck to the heritage of America. You know, some say that jazz is the only American art form, but even jazz got its start from blues. Blues music, that was where it all came from. Blues and gospel. I don't know, don't get me wrong. Pink Floyd's probably my favorite. I put Pink Floyd over the Beatles.
Completely American.
Huh?
Hip-hop is completely American.
Yeah, but it's not an art. I mean, they said art form was the word they were using. As an art form, they say that jazz is the only American art form. I don't know.
So we got a Buddy Holly. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say Reuven wants to start a fight with Sky Daddy.
What was that, sir?
Reuven says bullshit, Jello.
Oh, about which?
I'm assuming it's about hip hop.
I talk so much shit, it's hard to keep my own crap straight.
Yeah, I think so.
No, seriously, I talk so much shit, I got chronic halitosis.
And I are you in my circles, Sky Daddy?
I can't imagine not being. I don't know. I'm in yours, I think. Let me see. Profile. Yeah, I'm following you.
Okay. I put that avatar in my feed. I think it should be
Yeah,
there.
I saw it a long time ago. Oh, Jesus, sorry. I was playing Minecraft, so that's why I was off camera for a while. But I was still here. I was paying attention.
I saw a VH1 special. It was called Hip Hop: The Tanning of America. And you know, because this is what the kids watch, all right. So I had to think of it from a socio-political point of view. It was so inaccurate. In fact, it bastardized everything that America has been since its inception. It blew off black music and gospel. It seemed to blow off black music and the blues and jazz, and the fact that there's circles of American culture where anybody was invited. And it just bastardized and said that it was hip-hop that tanned America when it was already, a third black to begin with. It just really, I was really, I didn't like that at all. I have no respect for hip-hop. The art form, rap, yes. I accept street poetry. I accept the notion of beatboxing. It's like tweaking doo-wop is what it is. It's street music. That's what you do. It's just you and the guys on the street, bards, minstrels. It's no different. But as far as the industry, the whole hip-hop thing, I got something bothers me bad about it, man. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm done talking now. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll take a more strong stance. I don't consider rap and hip-hop music. What's that? Everyone's like, okay.
I grew up liking Run DMC. I had 2 of their tapes, and my buddy was a Jam Master Jay guy, and we both had Midnight Star albums. We used to break dance and the whole bit, That was back in, way back then when, we had smooth kitchen floors with room, but we used cardboard anyway because that's what the cool kids in the magazines did in New York. Little did I know that breakdancing is a derivative of African martial arts, and that we were doing hip hop. We didn't know what hip hop was. It was just cool. And then it became, then the whole gangsta thing where you could elevate gangstas and pimps to the level of hero. I I didn't get that. I still don't get it, and I don't consider that all hip. If you're going to call it hip hop, that's just dance music for Pete's sakes. Come on, what is hip hop? It's an industry. Anyway,
Hip hop is what?
it's an industry. I remember when people were asking in interviews when Ice-T was, before he was an actor, when he was still doing what he called industry music, with the gang signs and the whole bit. He said and he goes, "What is hip hop?" It was Arsenio Hall, I think, with the first interview. And what is hip hop? He goes, "Hip hop is a multi-million-dollar industry."
Well, yeah, but I mean that's a descriptive word. I mean it's an industry, it's a culture, it's a fashion. Like, I mean, you could say hip hop is, and then use a lot of descriptive words and just end your sentence there. But it's not worthy of being put in a dictionary. Like, what hip hop? I'll tell you what it is. It's a fusion of three art forms. It's rapping, it's breakdancing, and it's graffiti art. And that's what hip hop is. I mean, that's it. Like, whether you like it or not, it is totally beside the point. Whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. Hip hop is breakdancing, rap, and graffiti.
Graffiti. That now see there, I'm seeing the American art form.
Yep.
Let's send who here? The Gaza people?
Yeah, yeah. Let's bring them all here. Reuven posted a link saying, "Oh boy, I guess Hamas had killed over 300 suspected collaborators with Israel. That's rough, man.
Send them
Bring
here.
them here."
Yes, send them here. Gobble them up. Of Hamas here? Good luck. Good luck. There's a whole shit ton of people here that, yeah. Oh.
Remember liquor. Oh, jeez. Yeah, those weren't good days.
I'm abstaining from liquor. What happened? Talking about when I was drinking liquor? Oh, liquor.
Oh, that okay, yeah, him. Yeah. I remember him now. He's from Stickcam, yeah. No, why not? Bring him here. Bring bring him here. We'll give him homes. We'll treat them.
What a good name. Fucking liquor.
Well, he was extremely well. He had his mental faculties were diminished, so I guess it was from the liquor. I guess.
I think it's interesting that Israel actually drops notes to everybody saying, "Get out, we're about to lay waste to your neighborhood." Can you believe they send notes? Messages as well.
I never understood that about these people. They have these brand new cell phones with text messages and internet, and all these great things, and they live in a house without plumbing. I mean, what happened? Did the technology skip the generation or something? Okay, let's just skip the indoor plumbing. Let's just go right for the cell phones. Yeah, does anyone else get that? Does anyone else notice that?
Yeah, but
They don't even have electricity. They don't even have like power lines going to their house, but they have like cell phones. You know.
Well, you'll find that in Africa too.
Reuven says indoor plumbing is a Jewish conspiracy. I bet it is.
Didn't the Romans also went big into indoor plumbing? That's 2,000 years ago. Come on. They can do
All
it
right,
then.
guys, I have to head to work. Have a great day.
Have a good day at work.
Take care, Prescott. And
Uh,
I'm not. I'm. Everything's all right. I'm not disappointed with you.
Have a
Oh,
good
no.
day, Dr. House.
no problem, J-Dubs. And you guys have a great day. I might pop in a little later on the iPad, but I won't as long as the traffic's busy. So,
You have a good day, man. Be
Thanks.
prosperous.
okay, bye-bye.
Porcelain. Porcelain is mentioned in the Quran, as one of the weapons of the. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. What's that? How you pronounce that last word, Reuven? Shatan. Oh, okay. Yeah. I get the joke.
Oh, good grief. Are you serious? I wouldn't. Oh, wow. I guess they went to jail toilets that are metal. I don't know. I had too much coffee. I get a good night's sleep, and I've had like 2 cups, and I'm a little jittery. I just want to talk and talk and talk.
Well, what's on your mind, man? I haven't heard from you in a couple of days. Everything all right?
Yeah, everything's really. I've been very busy. I've been blessed with a lot of work. That's why I haven't really been hanging out past few nights. I work a little longer, and I come home, and I just want to, crawl into bed and read. Yeah, I've been working a lot, which is good. I'll be working tonight too for a while, and I'm off. I'm off. Family outing tonight, so I've got nothing to do. So baby and I are kicking it. She's enjoying her PBS kids and her toys and running around, and I'm enjoying good company. It's a beautiful thing.
Hangout's on for tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And now I got that Stone edition, and oh man, I don't know where I'm going to go with it. All I know is I've got a lot to go on. I think we could be leaders amongst men. I don't mean that in an egotistical. I mean that like we could take on a responsibility or really bring something to Google Plus that's not really here, and that's a Noah Hyde presence. And since it's the hip new thing, I mean it's powerful compared to any other social media thing. I think that we could do a lot of good. Because it's non-religion. It's almost anti-religion. It's almost an anti-theist perspective, and yet it embraces everybody. And it's just, and it can bring awareness to it. I don't know, man. We're living in the time. I just want to get with the future. Let's just get on with it. There I go. I don't know. That's we could do a really cool thing. Is what I'm saying. I know that nobody else is doing it. Usually, you have to join up to a virtual yeshiva, or there's certain classes that certain rabbis held. You have to know the rabbi, or at least have a link. There's nothing public, nothing out there where anybody can come in and discuss something on this level of Torah study. Am I getting delusions of grandeur here? Do I sound out of my mind?
I'm not any more than I am.
Yeah, Reuven. Wow. Yeah, I had my inner anti-theist. I've had to come to terms with that. At the same time, from the same source that I see that the inner anti-theist, I see honor in the Christian and honor in the Muslim, or just the God-fearer in general. And then with that, then knowing that I have an anti-theist element to me, a big one, bigger than I would really want to admit, I'm very sympathetic to a lot of atheist notions, and a lot of times, sometimes they bring up stuff that I think Western society needs brought up, needs to be put in their face, and has to, and make people rethink this thing, because the devotion's there. You're not going to get rid of it. The devotion's already there. These people are God-fearers for life. It's they just got to wake up, you know. Am I okay? Well, Reuben, I'm going to take that as a blessing from an Israelite. So it's two now. It's from two Israelites that to say what I'm doing is okay. There's a fellow Noahide. So there we go. I'll take that. I don't believe in coincidences, so I'll take that very seriously.
Even people like Sam Havers even say human beings are innately spiritual creatures. So, what can you do, right?
Hello, Carlton.
Hey, everybody.
Son of Yaphet.
What?
I'm not sure I've ever been Reuven. Two of the tribes confirmed me, son of Yaphet, and I've never been referred to as a son of Yaphet, and I was hoping Reuven might be able to elaborate. Yafet.
I guess he's calling you a white boy. I don't know.
Japheth. Okay. Japheth. Yaphet. Yaphet. I see. Okay. Well, then let's move. Then we will sally forth.
I don't know,
Right.
Reuven.
Everybody.
Reuven, I've been called son of a lot of things, but Yaphet has not been one of them.
Yeah, I get called a lot of names, and a name that I was called today earlier was Jew. It's one of the most polite things someone ever said to me.
It was because
Easy, John. Don't die over there. Don't die.
J Dubs was giving Prescott a little hell from showing up, and he goes, "I don't know, what is it that makes you sound? Are you Jew? You've got to be Jewish. Is it the New York? Is it the Yankee accent?" And I said, "No, it was the guilt. Jews are so good at it." And so yeah, and it was still a compliment, no matter how he took it. It was great. It's a beautiful thing.
There you go.
Okay, I remember now. It's coming back to me.
So what are we all talking about today?
We have it's been everywhere. Music,
Yeah.
A socio-political look at music too. We've gone from that to Israel. That it's kind of hilarious that I think it's kind of hilarious in a way that the Israel state sends notes to everybody. We're going to bomb you, so you might want to get out. You know how polite, how civil of a war is that when these guys actually dump notes and text? Oh, and send text messages as well, which I thought was just hilarious. And then we started talking about the Noahide Nexus Hangouts, and then you showed up right then and there.
Okay, doke.
Here we are. Now
Thank
we're
you.
talking about what we were talking about. Which
Nice
is
overview.
about now.
And now we're talking about what we were talking about. So yeah, and on we go. I went to neither here nor there, but I went to a new restaurant that opened up near us the other day. Well, it opened up 6 months ago, but I didn't go because it has a very unfortunate name. The restaurant name, I don't know if you can see the name. I'm gonna put their little card up here. It's nothing bad. Can you guys read that?
Yes.
Fish Pot Cafe.
Fresh
I'm
Pot
waiting.
Cafe. Right.
Oh,
Now, what
Fresh
would you
Pot.
think? What would you think if you went by a little place that had the sign outside that said Fresh Pot Cafe? What would you think that was?
I would, if it was in Washington State, I would think it's 420.
See, that's what I was at first when you said Fresh Pot Cafe. I'm thinking the All American, with a little bar that you sit at and a fresh pot of coffee at all
Right?
times.
Yeah.
But when
Well,
you
and
ask me what do I think
that's
of that now that I maybe double take it, I think I'm going where Sky Daddy's going.
nope. I thought the same thing. I thought it was a breakfast place or a place to get a cup of coffee or whatever. Well, it's not really. It's this wonderful little family-run Ecuadorian restaurant that they have most wonderful lunches and dinners. Their coffee sucks. It's just regular old brew pot that's been sitting there all day, Waffle House kind of
Ironic.
coffee. But their food is absolutely wonderful. And I never went because I thought it was just a coffee place. And I said, you guys really apparently in Ecuador, fresh pot refers to cooking things in a single large pot, kind of like a stew. Throw everything together and you cook it. And so fresh pot was a reference to that. But I think that they might have been a cultural faux pas there because I think most of the people certainly in the South in the U.S. aren't going to get that reference. But anyway, good food. If you're ever in Chattanooga, Tennessee, go visit the Fresh Pot Cafe.
Oh, right. It sounds delicious, except for Reuven's question to you,
Oh,
Carlton, any guinea pigs on the menu?
no, not a guinea. Okay, funny story. I got a funny story. Not a guinea pig, but my wife and I went to eat there, right? And now my wife is Colombian, okay, and you guys are all familiar with like the different kinds of pasta, right? You got fusilli, you've got lasagna, you've got whatever, okay, and you've got penne, right? Penne, okay. Well, on the menu, it just had pastas and it listed penne. And my wife first looks at that. Well, in Spanish, penne that's the word for penis. Okay, not for pasta. And when she first saw that, she looked at me, and I knew immediately what she had looked at on the menu. And I went. All I said was, no, no, it's not that. It's just a shape of pasta. Well, apparently the server, it was Ecuadorian, was within earshot. And as he's coming over to the table, he's about busting out laughing. He can't hold on to the plates in his hands. He's like, it's one of those, somebody tells like you said something incredibly funny or just catches you at the wrong moment, kind of like when you blow soda out of your nose, right? He just could not stop laughing over that. So that was kind of a cute thing. But no guinea pigs. No qui. Yes, you're right, Reuven. Technically, in Spanish, it's spelled with one N, not two N's, but it's pronounced the same. So I swear, Reuven, I've got to get you a microphone one of these days.
You could never get the microphone into his iron lung. Damn it. He was supposed to feel guilty. He laughed. That man has no heart.
Man, to me, Reuven, those people eating that type of stuff, man, that's rough, man. You hear about like how Asians like eat dogs and stuff. It's like, oh, how do you do that? They're like pets. I don't know, Reuven. I just think some animals aren't meant to be eaten. To me, Reuven, like eating a dog is no different than eating a person. They're like part of us, you know.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I was muted. Okay, here you go, Reuben. Here's your, if you can see that, there's your recipe for guinea pig. So we take, let's see, this particular one is 8 portions. Let's see. Slaughter the cuts by slitting their throats, bleed them by hanging for 1 hour. Parboil them and remove the hair with your hands, then scrape with a knife until clean. Slit open and gut. Wash well in water, lemon, scrub hard to remove the musk. Make a small incision in the belly. Introduce your finger carefully into the slit and separate the skin from the flesh. Sprinkle with salt and set aside for 1 hour. Wash well with water and dry. There are various methods of preparation. Traditionally, quoits are skewered lengthwise on a thin stick supported by 2 forked prongs planted in the ground. The animals are roasted over a fire kindled beneath for approximately an hour, turned slowly and basted with a green onion stalk dipped in oil. They can also be prepared in the oven. Baste them with oil and bake in a greased pan for 40 minutes in an oven preheated to 400 degrees. Baste again and flip over occasionally. 10 minutes before they are done, sprinkle with lemon juice. Another fashion is to cut and stew them for 15 minutes over low heat in enough water to cover. Remove and grill over charcoal or fry in sizzling oil until golden. There we go. Serves 8. Knock yourself out. Hey, I'm just reading the recipe, Reuven. I didn't write the book.
No, thank you. And again, I don't know. If I can't properly raise my own meat, my own yard birds or whatever, I would have no problem hunting down a pig or a deer, but I would feel bad hunting down a wolf or a coyote.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I just think our neighbors should be grateful that humans don't taste very good. That's all. Or we would find some way to hunt them and make them into a stew as well.
I heard somebody interview a cannibal, and they said that human meat tastes like spam.
Yeah, see, this is why. Well, I've never been a spam person, so I guess not much chance of me becoming a cannibal then.
I don't know where the term comes from, but I've heard of human is referred to as long pig.
Maybe. Oh, that's a scary thought. But maybe we do. Matt. Do you know how quickly humans would go extinct if we actually tasted like bacon?
I also don't know where it comes from, but another line I heard one time was human, the other white meat.
The other white. Hey, that's racist.
No.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I just had to go with you.
Oh man. Anywho. Well, I think music was probably a better topic than cannibalism.
It depends on your audience. Really, I mean, you get a bunch of Jeffrey Dahmers in the room, you could hold like a conference,
There's probably a segue there. I mean, realistically, what is right? Because music is very much like wine or food. What's the right music for cannibalism? I mean, what do you want to eat your brother by? What kind of tune do you want to play? Is that a folksy folk music tune? Is that a Peter, Paul, and Mary thing? Is this more like guar? Is it, where do you go with this?
What kind of
liquor would have gone with classical?
Well, classical, huh?
I would say if you're eating a Korean guy that you would want rice wine, a good sake.
Well, if you're eating a Korean guy or an Asian guy in general, I would think you'd want to listen to Yo-Yo Ma.
That's
This is a terrible conversation, y'all. This is horrible.
It would have to be a Yo-Yo Ma thing, or I don't know.
Maybe some Yanni.
There you go. No, you know what? Yanni would be only if you really wanted to. Well, never mind. I'll skip that.
No, I think if I had to listen to Yanni, I might wind up eating people.
I think if I was listening to Yanni, I might just starve to death. so I wouldn't be able to keep anything down. um. Anyway,
I like some of his symphonic stuff. When he gets a big orchestra together, I like some of that stuff.
I'm thinking if you're gonna eat a person, you should like Gregorian chant would be kind of nice.
Yeah.
Maybe some tuba and throat singing.
You know, the real question is what kind of wine. You know, do you go red, do you go white, or is it more of a whiskey kind of thing? You know,
I'd say Jewish mother-in-law.
Just, is that a wine? Manischewitz, are we serving with this, or? Anyways, I see you're breaking out the candle, a little romance. I had this stupid person tell me. Well, they didn't tell me. They made a post with about they were talking about Jesus' first miracle, and they said, and I'm quoting here, okay? They said Jesus' first miracle was when he turned water into non-alcoholic wine. I'm like, what? What? Yeah, I'm like, okay, that's just wrong on so many levels. I'm like, wait a minute.
Oh.
And I'm like, where in God's name? Not, you know, not that the atheist should be chiming in here, but where the hell does it say non-alcoholic in the by? And this person was supposedly a pastor. I think it was a paper mill pastor, but you know,
So I'm assuming Jesus was already an American by the time he turned
it's probably one of those. Yes.
water into non-alcoholic wine.
Yes, I'm assuming it was. And she tries to make this case that the Greek word, you know, means non-fermented. I said actually it doesn't. I said the common usage was fermented, although it could refer to grape juice, but it typically was fermented. I said, but that's not the point. I said, and because she goes, oh, and this verse says why alcohol is bad, and this verse says it's bad, so why would he have turned it? I said, yeah, but the whole context of the verse doesn't make any sense, right? Because I said the context is that the master of the banquet was shocked that they kept the good wine for last because usually they serve the good wine first and the bad wine after people have drunk too much. Well, there's no drink too much grape juice, okay? The obvious implication here is that when they're drunk, they couldn't tell the difference, so then you serve them the crappy shit, right? That's the obvious. Yeah. So obviously this was alcoholic who we're talking about here.
Yeah, those are like 2 or 3 day wedding feasts too, you know.
Yeah, and
That's a lot of wine.
being a typical Google Hangout pastor, instead of actually saying, oops, I'm wrong, she deleted the post and then deleted her account. So I was like, okay.
See, you don't have context. You need proper context.
There you go.
Now, let me explain how
Go
to
for it.
do context. You have to read a little bit before and a little bit after so that you can understand exactly what the true meaning of what you're trying to understand is. Clearly, you read too far. Your context was all askew because you had too much relevant information.
Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so.
Amen. Praise the Lord.
There you go. Then there was another person. I'm sorry. When I thought stupid couldn't get stupider, it did. Some other person said that we shouldn't use LOL for laugh out loud because it really means, and I'm going to forget it exactly. It really means something about Lucifer. Something about some Satanists use this phrase at the end of their prayers, and I can't remember what the first word was. So something of Lucifer or whatever, right? And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Really?
That's the same moron. I bet you like their aunt or possibly their grandmother is the person that made up that shit about what the letters KISS really mean.
Yes.
Or ACDC.
Yes.
Remember that shit in the 70s?
I do.
Anti-Christian devil child, something like that.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I heard so many different ones. Antichrist, the devil cometh.
Yeah. And so I chimed in. I said, why couldn't LOL stand for Love Our Lord? Just to play the game. Or maybe it stands for, lambskin outlasts linen. I don't fucking know. What difference does it make? It's like go find a thesaurus and make all your acronyms you want.
Yeah, I had a folder, and I was asked by a bunch of guys, aren't they devil worshippers? Aren't they racists? those are Nazi. I'm like, two of the founding members are Jewish. I don't think so. One of them was born in Israel. I don't think they're Nazis. No, talking about Kiss.
Probably not so much. Yeah, yeah. I'm just like, yeah. So there's been a lot of stupid on the online today, more than normal.
What difference?
What's that? Oh, I missed something. I'm sorry.
Reuven's post.
Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
John May.
Oh boy, John May is in the room.
Lord of Light. There you go. Okay.
I can't sleep. I've got fucking problems.
Good morning, Mr. May.
Oh, what the fuck are you doing here?
Hey, it's noon. Sometimes I can be awake in the daylight.
God, I've got problems. I don't know. I can't sleep anymore.
Oh, that'll resolve itself.
How does that happen, Carlton?
You'll either fall asleep or you'll die.
Oh, I think the dying one's the best one to go with.
You going for that? Okay.
Yeah, well, it's long term, and I don't like any of these little short term things. I want the long term.
All right.
No.
I like your avatar. That's really cute.
I'm sorry. I accidentally left the room and I missed your problems. Does it burn or itch?
Both. It's a burning itch.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I know. It's a burning itch.
Well, that would be like so that would be a bitch then.
Oh, it's a bitch and a bastard.
Well, no, it's a burning itch. See the bee from burning, the itch from. Never mind. Okay.
So, what's the topic? What can we talk about?
We've already covered what kind of food, what kind of wine and music to have when you're eating another human being. So I think we've pretty much gotten right to the end of the line already.
I know who you're eating. You eating Jesus again?
No, we're just picking on any old folk. You know, we decided that they taste like bacon, so you know.
Okay, because I thought, like I remember having this discussion before with somebody about when we were eating Jesus and drinking his blood.
That was probably me. Yeah, it could have been me.
I'm not sure, but would you drink his blood at room temperature or would you slightly chill it?
I think it needs to be chilled. It's red, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think you should drink it directly. I think you should, he needs to bleed a little bit on the floor first. It needs to air before you really drink it.
What is the word? You have to know. What's the word?
Which word?
The word transmortification. Is that the word?
Oh, transubstantiation.
Transubstantiation. There's the word. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Ah,
Yeah.
the word's been eating at me for days. Pun intended. So there's been debates over the years at which point exactly this thing happens.
Yeah.
Some people actually argued when the priest touches this shit. And then people are like, well, still tastes like a wafer. So then, it's at some point while it's in you.
So I'm curious, if the priest reaches into the little basket and pulls out a wafer, okay? We assume it changes when he touches it. He pulls out this wafer. If the wafer goes limp, we know immediately what part of the body that came from, don't we?
Well, I think especially if
Well, what happens if it goes stiff?
It's finger.
Well, it's already stiff. See, that's why they make them stiff, so you can't tell.
I'm telling you, it can't happen because you would taste it. You would taste the body of Christ.
I'm thinking that the experiment that we should do. I think this is where we did talk before. I think the experiment we should do is in church. Is go to church, Catholic church.
Got a Catholic.
Go to communion, right? Take the wafer, swallow the wafer, then take a shot of syrup of ipecac, and then vomit, and then do a DNA analysis and see if you come back with anybody else's DNA besides your own.
Wait, I think we should consider my idea. I think
Which yours?
being a Catholic is every bit as viable as drinking ipecac.
Oh man.
What time is it there, Carlton?
It is 3:39, I believe.
I don't really want to get any Catholics. I'm very tired. I'm saying silly things.
Are you saying okay? That's all right. Well, you could still do it, right? It's not Friday, so Friday you'd kind of be screwed there, no meat. But well, wait a minute. Does this mean wait a minute? Hypothetically, I've never heard the Pope speak on this. Does this mean that you couldn't receive communion on a Friday if you're not allowed to eat meat on Friday, or does Jesus' body then turn into a vegetable?
That's a good question.
You know, there is a kind of meat that a priest can eat on Friday. It's none.
Ha ha ha. Ba-dum-bum. Where are the sound effects when we need them?
Jesus could be a fish. They can eat fish on Friday, the old Catholic way.
Yeah, we could eat fish on Friday. Yeah, why doesn't the wafer turn into a fish? That would seem more logical. But yeah, if it turns into him, he's made of meat. He can't eat meat on Friday, so you're kind of screwed there if you need communion on a Friday, aren't you?
Fish and red wine.
I don't know.
You know where all that came from, right?
Where did all what come from?
The whole blood thing that they do is in a Passover Seder. You drop 10 drops on your plate to remember all the people who've died for you.
Yeah.
For your freedom. And then you drink the wine to make good with it.
Right.
And then it became, then it was,
I went to one Passover Seder once. I just because I always wanted to go. So the local synagogue was having sort of an open to the public one, and I went and actually had a good time. The food was great. It was getting through the freaking kids' plays and all the other stuff that I was like, I'm dying here. Can we eat? Because the buffet's out there, sitting out there now for 45 minutes. I'm freaking hungry. I'm dying. My stomach is rumbling. It's like, please, can we get to the food? Yeah, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the dipping of the parsley in the salt water. I've been to one myself. Really does taste like tears. That was shocking. That was one thing that stood out in that. I remember. Yeah. It does taste like parsley in salt water. I was like, wow.
I never thought about it actually when I was there. I was just kind of. Well, unfortunately, it wasn't. I didn't get the conversation I wanted because it was like there were like two kids or not kids, teens, late teens, girlfriend, boyfriend, so they were just busy with their cell phones. So they weren't into talking. Yeah, the other guy that was sitting there was so old he couldn't hear anything anybody said anyway, so he didn't really talk very much. And then I think in this woman that was sitting there was kind of doing some of the announcements during this whole thing, so she was up and down and running. So I was pretty much sitting there by myself on my one and only Seder. So that's okay.
Hey, Colin, how far away are you from Kentucky?
I don't know, not far enough. You can't really be far enough away from Kentucky. Well, let me see. Let me do a Google map for you because I never had any real desire to go. It's not that far. But let's see here. Let me zoom out here a bit.
Oh, the reason why I'm asking you is, believe it or not, I don't know if you've heard this, they're actually building an ark in Kentucky.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Well aware of the Kentucky Ark and the Kentucky Museum. Oh, yeah.
I just watched the video, and it's a news program. I don't know if you've seen it. And I can't believe this shit. I really can't. It's fucking... What's going on over there?
This is just, we're Americans, boy. You don't like it.
The government are giving these people fucking money to fucking...
Yeah, we know. I know. I'm not... Well, Kentucky is. I was just trying to figure out how far it is from Nashville because I'm south. Chattanooga is almost on the Atlanta border, on the Georgia border. So Nashville is roughly 2 hour. I'm sorry, no. I say 2 or 4. Two and a half hour drive, I believe, and then you probably got another 40. So I'm probably 3 hours or 3 to 4 hours from the Kentucky border, southern Kentucky border.
I'll say you should be able to see the boat from your house.
I don't know where in Kentucky the museum actually is, though. So depending.
No, it's not a museum. It's going to be a park.
Oh, there's a museum. Oh, there's a park. Okay. Well, I don't know what city it's going to be near, so it's hard to say how long it would actually be to drive because Kentucky's east to west is good size. So.
Check out that video. I posted the link in there.
Oh, you did? All right. Hang on. Let me go back in there then. There it is. Okay, hang on, John.
I can't believe this shit. What the fuck?
Hang on.
fucking arcs.
Brother John, shout out. Veer
What's
comment.
up? I'm glad to see so many familiar faces. How's everybody doing?
Glad to see you. Your feathers look gorgeous.
Thank you, and my eyes are glowing today.
Have you posted me those glasses?
What's that, John?
I need those glasses, buddy. You know the ones with the squinty ones? Not the big fucking Elvis Presley ones. The other ones that look like you're squinting. I love those. They're the best.
Those thin ones?
Yeah. What do you call those?
I don't even know what they're called.
Where do you find that shit from?
You could get them online. You might have to.
Is that what
You could probably get them at Party City.
Yeah.
Is there like a battery in the side of the things? Because they look quite thick on the sides.
No, you plug them into your ass, and then that's how you power them, John May.
You're talking about. You don't like my king. You don't like my king of chat glasses.
I want the thin ones.
You want
The beady eye looking ones. They're the best.
Kentucky. Okay.
It'll probably cost me more to ship them than the glasses actually cost to send them to you.
Kentucky.
I could send you a pair if you like. Not a problem.
Well, send me 3 or 4 pairs.
For you, John, no problem.
Okay, it's in Petersburg, Kentucky, and Google says that's about a 5.5-hour drive for me.
You're going to see the Ark, aren't you, Carlton?
Oh, not a chance in hell! No.
They're building an ark.
Yeah,
Is that the one Ken Ham is building?
You know, I might go. Yes, it is.
Yeah. No, this is it. What is this? Ken Ham's boat or someone else's boat?
This is Ken Ham. This is Answers in Genesis. It's the same group.
Like $700,000, I think they're spending on this thing.
Good. That's $500,000 less they can do with missionary work with. Works for me.
Check it out. Is that where Ken Ham's based in Kentucky?
Yeah. But you know, it's an ark. You know, I might go if for no other reason just to piss on it because it's going to need some water to see if it floats.
You know what I do? Take some fucking petrol and a box of matches.
My problem is I would drive 5.5 hours from here, but I wouldn't pay 50 cents to get into the museum, and of course then they won't let me in. So it'd be a wasted trip.
He needs to go to a mental institution. That guy.
Yeah, he'll go away. He'll die, just like all the rest of them. They'll go. Yeah. Then all the shit will be buried, and that's fine. This will be over with.
He'll probably have fucking 2 or 3 fucking sons. One of them will fucking turn into a dickhead like him and fucking carry on the legacy.
If there's enough money there, I'm sure it'll happen.
Oh, yeah. Well, look what happened to that other clown. He's the one who's in jail. What's his name again?
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. The guy for tax fraud?
Yeah, what's his name?
Oh, shit.
Baker?
No.
He's got a son in his...
Even though
he
did serve time, too.
Yeah, Ken Hovind.
Ken Hovind, that's it, yeah.
Well, his fucking dumbass fucking son's doing it now, so you can't eradicate them. It's inbred.
I know. But you know what the problem is, though? Is the atheist community just helps them. They keep giving them all this marketing because they put them on TV shows, they put them on news things, they write about them in the paper. They're giving them all this fucking free advertising. Shut up and ignore them totally. Don't even make believe it's not even there. You know, let them spend their own damn money for advertising. It's like the atheist.
Go on.
We're not going to go there anyway, right? And you can yell, and the more you yell, "Don't go," the more the Christians are going to flock there. So just leave. Stop giving them what they want. It's like the idiots on YouTube that people debate with. Stop bitching about them and just stop talking to them.
Yeah, mate.
You know, Fox News, are they on the Christian side or the atheist side?
Oh, they're pretty far right.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Create
Right.
your.
They're on the Christian conservative Republican
That's their
um,
demographic. And
gun
the
gun
Republic.
gun-toting, anti-gay, anti-abortion, whatever you fit in the bucket.
Mm. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I hear a lot of things on TV about it. It's like, what the fuck? I didn't think TV channels pick sides.
But
Oh yeah.
they got so bad when they had, what was his name? Um, um, the guy that ended up, had a drug problem. What the hell is his name?
Rush Limbaugh.
Rush Limbaugh, thank you. He was like, for a while with Rush Limbaugh, it was like they weren't even considered a news channel. Everyone was, because it was so absurd. It was just like, yeah, this isn't news at all. There's nothing here that resembles news. This is entertainment.
Well, any of the networks are that way. They're all biased. If you want
Oh,
to
they're
be,
all biased. I don't mind bias. I mean, I understand that, yeah, they're all biased. Every newspaper has a bias. But you know what? Even the ones that are biased, you know, they may lean one way, but fucking Fox News was over in the ditch and trying to dig it deeper. I mean, they were just so
Yeah,
far gone.
Fox reports non-truths and conjecture,
Yeah, they were just,
CNN is
yeah.
just an
and
inseminating.
it's not worth. They still do it the
It's
same
just
crap.
as bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with bias. Actually, in Chattanooga, they got a kind of interesting thing here. We have newspapers, the Times Free Press, and it's a merger of the Chattanooga Times and the Free Press. One is very liberal, one is very conservative. Years ago, they merged into a single paper, and they each kept their own staff. So you get both sides of the argument in the same paper, which is kind of neat. Yay, Chattanooga. Where'd everybody go? Got quiet. You're all muted.
I don't buy
Other,
it. I don't buy the media, period. You have to go local. You have to go really local to get, I think, good media. Any of
yeah.
those channels, none of that. It's all junk. It's all it is. O.J. Simpson news, not news that matters. You got to. I mean, yeah, go for the people who challenge the state. You know, all of it, all sides. Put them all to the test. That's what you. I'm all into local media. They're trying to get rid of free TV. Believe it or not, Congress has been trying that for 10 years. They want to make all TV where you have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And local broadcast news will not be
Well, it truly isn't anymore. It really isn't. Because, I mean, look, newspapers have been on a downward spiral for how long? 10 years now? Because they can't compete with internet. No one's going. Who's the hell's going to pay for a physical paper if I can just go online and look it up? Nobody gives a rat's ass anymore about a paper.
I hope they do get rid of the networks. The networks fucking suck.
Well, it all sucks. It really does. It truly does.
I mean, if you like TV, there's probably a channel, at least a channel on cable for you. It ain't so with the networks.
So you don't believe in local televised material, like local news?
Well, sure, but that's a half an hour or an hour at a time. I'm not judging a network by their news. I'm judging a network by the entirety of its content.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're not against the local stuff. You're against the.
I'm against the networks because they're shit.
Yeah.
They put on contrived fucking bullshit that's fucking palatable to the masses, and it's.
But the other side to that is, as much as everybody bitches, and I do too, right? Nobody really wants to know the truth, okay? They don't want to. If you got a news agency tomorrow that was absolutely without bias and did in-depth interviews and got you as close to the truth as you could possibly get, nobody would care because it wouldn't be fun to watch. Nobody wants to think. They want to be spoon-fed.
Well, maybe so. Well, no, I personally know people that will look up both sides of an issue.
Yeah, but right, but we're the minority by a huge margin.
Well, I maybe so, but
90% of the other idiots out there want to just be told what to believe, and that they don't. They just want, they want to watch. The fuck's that idiot guy's name that has the talk show where the people are always fighting and mothers
Jerry
fighting.
Springer.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, they all want Jerry Springer.
One of the guys that has a talk show is an idiot.
Maury Povich too.
Maury Povich, Jerry Springer. I know they all just that's what people want. They want to be spoon. Nobody wants to think about shit.
Honestly, I don't hate Maury Povich or Jerry Springer nearly as bad as I hate what's the black guy's name?
I know who you mean.
Arsenio Hall.
No, no, the guy that used to be the Navy SEAL.
The bald dude.
Yes,
Oh shoot!
He's a complete shill.
Montel Williams.
Montel Williams.
That
Right.
guy will say anything, put his name on anything that you pay him money.
And it
to.
pissed me. Well, because when he first started, right, he's an ex-Navy SEAL, right? So I'm a Navy guy. But when he first started, he was very respectable. And that's my point. Nobody cared. Nobody respectable. No, didn't win any network brownie points. So you have to be a fucking moron, to make anybody watch the show and get ratings, and that's all they care about. So that's nobody cares. I'm grumpy today. I'm fucking pissed at
That's all right. Be grumpy.
I am. I damn this world. They can all go to hell.
You know what commercial gets me sick? You know what I hate? Now you have these movie actors, very well known, and they're doing these commercials now. And one that really gets me sick is Samuel Jackson doing the Capital One commercials.
Oh yeah, why is that?
Because credit card, oh god, credit card companies just gouge everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's promoting this. And it's
that's
you
the
need
point.
the money that bad. You need the money that bad.
Well, that's like the guys that do the payday loans, right? It's like, really? Okay, I mean, okay, I guess I can see that there might be a legit need that people have, but they just gouge you. They take advantage of you. Yeah, we'll give you your paycheck a week early, and we're going to charge you 70% interest on it, compounded daily, and you ain't never going to fucking pay it back. Because you'll have to go broke for a month to pay back all the interest. Yeah, it sucks. Don't get me started on that shit. Well, yeah, they don't want you to pay it back. They want you to just be paying them every month forever, right?
Yeah.
And so, yes, we'll be happy to extend that loan and refinance it for you. Absolutely. We can pay it as $1 a month for the next 3,000 years. That'd be okay. Yeah,
it's like another place. What's the other place? They rent out like TVs and furniture.
Rent-A-Center. Rent-A-Center?
What a scam there.
I know it. It really is.
Here's another little video I've got, Colin.
What you got?
It's he does a podcast and he calls this one. It's pretty good. I only seen about half of it. It's called The Psychology of Belief.
Who does it?
Got his name.
That's the Thinking Atheist with
yeah.
He used
They're
to be
debating whether we should chuck him in the loony bin or not.
He was a popular Christian broadcaster back in the day.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I know, but he's changed to the good side now. He's come from the dark side.
I like the little steampunk, skull there with all the little gears and shit.
I think
It's good, isn't it?
That too.
What's that, Nadia?
Got a ham sandwich.
Seth Andrews. That's his name, Seth. He's very good. I listen to his podcast all the time.
I'm waiting to see if I can get another comment here on my trolling. I've been trolling today, but I've been a nice troll. I only troll a little. Nope, nothing good there. Well, come on.
Do you ever listen to his podcast, Colin?
No, I'm not much. Honestly, I don't listen to very many podcasts at all. Actually, none would be the number. I just don't have the patience for them. I like to talk too much, so if I can't talk, I get bored pretty quick. I'll look at bits and pieces of some of them, but I can't sit for like an hour and watching somebody's podcast.
Well, you know what you want to do, Colin, is get on his podcast.
Well, I would be. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that.
The New Yorker has made a stink recently.
And is what, Nadia?
The New Yorker made a stink recently that I bet somebody will do a podcast about, and maybe I can show up there.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'm going to do that here in my room. You can kind of see my camera behind me, right? I got this whiteboard up there. I got to get rid of that. That's going to be my little corner, and I'm going to put up a little old wood paneling, like from the like cabin type or 70s type wood paneling on the wall. Just tack it on, and then get a big leather kind of soft chair there. Put up a little book space. I might get a pipe. I think I should be smoking a pipe. Get me a little hat and maybe that little sign that you see there be over to the right. And I'm gonna make me a little corner, kind of like a fireside chat corner. So every time I get on the Hangouts, I'm just gonna sit there with my cam and my camera looking at me there in that little corner. I need a shtick. I need something to.
Yeah, you got to set it up like a studio.
Yeah, just like a mini, nothing fancy, but just a nice comfy chair and give it sort of a home feel to it.
Well, you've got the comfy chair.
I got this one's okay, but this is more an office chair. I want kind of like a dark, like a brown leather. It can be fake, but just kind of
I like a lawyer's chair.
Yeah, exactly.
Or a doctor's chair.
Yeah, or if I could get a hold of a throne, like a king's throne, that would be kind of cool. That might be a bit overkill, but
nah, they're not comfy.
They're not really. That's true. They're not, which amazes me. Because you'd think in the old days that's where the king spent most of his time, but maybe not.
Yeah, but I was sitting on fucking rock.
Yeah, I'd be like, just give me a fucking comfy chair. I'm not gonna sit all my ass all day long. I want a vibrating. I want a massaging chair, right? This is what I want. I swear to God, if they had vibrating chairs, man, all the kings would have had one. That would have been the thing to have. How fucking big a vibrating chair could you?
Hey, you think the kings would have wanted it? How about the queens?
Well, she might have needed that too, but it wouldn't have had to vibrate everywhere. Just you could have consolidated
the seat, yeah,
the vibrating there a little bit, but yeah.
They're good, those vibrating chairs. I go to the supermarket and I put my $2 in.
I love them, but I can't get out of once I'm start using one. Yeah, I can't get up out of them. I like them too much.
I know, that's what I was thinking about, getting one for home, but I thought, fuck, I'll be in it all day.
Well, yeah, I saw I used one on Craigslist. I was going to buy it right here for my office, and I said that'd be cool. I could sit in it and just vibrate all. I would never get out of the chair.
What were they charging for a Colin?
Actually, supposedly this was a $2,000 chair. I don't know. Panasonic made it, but they just wanted $200 for it. They were moving, couldn't take it with them. They just wanted to get rid of it. So I mean, it was. Yeah, I was like, damn, that's a really good deal, even if it's not the best chair in the world.
Oh, it's not
fucking great.
I just saw. I don't know if you've ever heard of a site called One Sale a Day.
No.
Yeah, they'll send you like messages every day of some sales, and some of them they're like really good. And they had one of those chairs just recently. The chair went for $1,200, and they were doing it for $700. And I mean, it was the full body. You had it go around your calves. Massage your feet.
Yep.
Oh, man.
That's nice. When I was up in Maine, I worked at a place, and this guy the owner was a weightlifter. Right, he had a whole gym put in with free weights, because his buddies would come and work out, in the evenings and weekends. And he put in this chair, like $4,000. He put in this gorgeous vibrating chair, which he opened it up. If you worked there, you could use the weights and use the chair whenever you wanted. Man, I swear to God, I spent every single lunch there for an hour. I came in early just so I could sit in the damn chair for 2 hours in the morning. It was one of those. Did your calves? Did your feet? You did everything. Everything freaking moved on it. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you have those shopping programs on TV over there? Like 24 hours a day shopping programs?
God, yeah.
Oh yeah, the what do you call them?
QVC.
QVC and home, yeah.
Yeah.
But they're 24/7, right?
Yep.
24/7. Do you ever see they had shows like with people who are addicted to these things and they're just buying up everything?
Yeah,
like a shopping addiction.
The funny thing is they wouldn't actually go out and buy that fucking thing, but they sit in front of the TV and they go, oh, I like that ring, I'll buy it. And, oh, look at that, they got a new fucking fry pan set, I'll buy it. But you wouldn't be going shopping looking for it. It's like, oh, yeah, I'll buy now. And it's like, I can't believe it.
$19.99, and that's not all. If you buy today, we're going to throw in this extra hard plastic spatula, a $49.95 value for only $3.62. Yeah.
And free postage and handling.
Yeah. If you don't
they must turn over fucking billions, these companies.
Yeah. And they put that little stopwatch down there, right?
Oh, no,
You
No,
know?
you can change your mind a lot. If you think about it after an hour, it's like, oh yeah, come in, spinner. Don't worry about no stopwatch.
Well, they're like,
You can
yeah,
buy
you feel free
whatever
to
you want.
return it for within 60 days. Right, you just pay 700% shipping and handling charges to stick it back in the warehouse. You just want 3 more of them to send the fucking thing back. It's like, yeah, please, please. It really does. I mean, but you know what? It's just people that still do that shit, and I'm like, whatever. These are the people. I'm sorry. These are the people that I end up having religious arguments with. It's the same stupid ass mentality. I don't mean to offend anybody, but it just seems it's the same group of people, and I'm sure there's atheists in that group too. But I'm just like, really, guys, really, you really think they're giving? Look, I'm saving $49.95. No, you're not saving
Well,
shit.
okay, but
Yeah.
if we can look at, God, I hate to say it, shopaholism,
Right.
if we can look at this as
It's called
someone,
shopaholic.
if we can look at this as some sort of a disease, okay, now,
Yeah.
I know, but wait, follow me on this one.
Oh, you want to give him a disability check?
If we can look at it as some kind of a weakness, and then we see these channels that late at night switch their programming from whatever their normal programming is to all night sales of whatever kind of crap, it's obvious that these places are targeting these people.
Yes, I agree with you. I mean, imagine. I mean, okay, right, you're right. I mean, flip it, right? Imagine if instead of selling watches and jewels, can you imagine a company that would go on TV and would say, "Are you an alcoholic? Does your wife get mad when you spend your week saving on booze and you can't get out of bed for 3 days
No,
in a
it's
row?
worse than that.
Well, you know what? Come over here. We'll sell you the same alcohol for 50% off, and we'll send it, to an unnamed address, and your wife will never know."
But it's worse than that, though. It's worse than that, though, because the only people that are up all night watching watching for this
Yeah.
are these sick people. So
Right.
it'd be like the same thing that you were just saying, only it would be only at a certain time where all alcoholics were awake and out of
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
It would be, it's specifically designed to go after these people
Yes.
that, okay, maybe it's not a sickness, it's a weakness. Definitely.
Yeah, it'll become a sickness.
Well, you're right, and this is I'm going to steal that idea from you, if you don't mind. I'm going to do a hangout on this because I think it's a good idea. Because where do you draw the line, right? I mean, there's part of me that's like, screw them. If they're too stupid, I'll sell them. I'll sell them my crappy pen on my desk if they'll give me $100 for it. I don't give a rat's ass. That's not my problem. But on the other hand, you're right. If it really is an illness and a sickness, then I'm really taking advantage of somebody that doesn't know better, and then should we be protecting those people, or should we just say screw them? If they're if they got themselves into this, because that's like saying that we should shut all the bars down because some people are alcoholics and can't stay out of them. I'm like, yeah, it's a sickness, but you know what?
But like you said, you come up with that idea about, we'll send you the alcohol because he's not allowed in the bars, and I thought, oh fuck, if someone starts up something like that, they'll get away with it.
But and the trouble is, though, even when you go to the, it's just stupidity and they deserve it, it's like sanctioning theft by deception or con jobs or whatever.
Yeah.
Against people because the victim, say, has Down syndrome.
Right. I know. But
But
it's just the point. I don't know when it's a real sickness or when it's just stupidity run amok. They're not. It's not sickness. They're just stupid, and
it's probably a bit of both. It's a bit of both.
Well, and I can't help the stupid part. It's like because people tell them this is stupid, and if they don't want to listen to you because they're stupid, well, how is that? Why should I not make money on that?
Exactly. When there's money involved, it's like, let's get it through quickly. We can make a buck on it.
Okay, here's a great one. This guy, and this actually happened a few years back, and I want to resurrect this idea to make money, by the way. But this guy did. He actually went online and he sold time, computer time. What he did was the advertisement went like this: if you need somebody prayed for, but you don't have the time to pray for them, for X dollars, right, $10, you can type in your prayer. And what he did was he had his he would you type it in, and his programmer in his computer in his house would repeat, had a voice thing. It would say the prayer out loud through the speakers in his house where God could hear it.
Oh God.
You
And if you
joking?
paid, and if you paid $10 a month, it would guarantee you that your prayer would be given, spoken to God, 3 times a day, for a month. And if you wanted 6 months, you could pay for that. And if you wanted a year, if
Oh
you wanted
my
it twice a day.
God.
And this guy was fucking making money hand over fist because of old women at home, who wanted to pray for all these things and just couldn't pray for all of them. But they had money, so they would pay him to have his computer, voice out the words, so God would answer their prayer. And I'm like, really? Should I stop this poor guy from making money just because there's people out there that are that fucking gullible?
And yet, I tell you what, if I came to you, Carl, and said, listen, or you come to me and says, oh, I've got a great idea to make money, and we came up with that idea,
Yeah.
me as a normal person would go, nah, that's stupid, no one's going to fall for it.
Oh
But
God.
they fucking do.
So back to the concept of what is someone's own stupidity and what's taking advantage of them.
Yeah.
Well, how about those predatory housing loans that made a lot of people, in the early 90s, that made a lot of people homeless in the mid and later 90s?
Yeah.
I knew a dude that worked for a telemarketing company that was setting up those loans, and he knew what he was doing. He came home from work every night telling me that he felt guilty. The telemarketers knew what they were doing. Everyone knew what was going on.
Sure.
If you weren't one of the assholes buying a house in the 90s, which you couldn't afford, you knew what was going on. It was like people were buying houses, and they were the only ones that didn't know that they were getting killed.
But you know what though? Here's my thing, okay? And I'm not as mad at the people that are doing the predatory lending, okay? Because you know what? I don't think it's their fault. You know whose fault I think it is? I think it's the fault of the legitimate lending companies who don't want to put together a legitimate program for people simply because they're risky or they're poor. And they leave it to the predatory lending people because they don't want any part of it. And I think they're the ones that create that environment. If they actually put together a legitimate loan for people that were high risk, whatever, and counseled them and helped them, then the predatory companies would be out of business. They wouldn't have a market. But they have a market because nobody wants to touch these other people. But they're happy to point fingers when somebody else makes money off them. And I'm like, bullshit. You don't get to point fingers at the predatory lending people if you're not willing to go out there and offer them something different. Yeah.
What
Sorry.
is stupidity?
Yes. What is stupidity, Nadia?
Well, if you ask Immanuel Kant, deficiency in judgment.
Well, then there was a lot of stupid people in the world.
Oh, absolutely. And then from there, well, these deficiencies in judgment are not really the person's fault.
Well, I think the deficiencies in judgment, right? I mean, I think that we all make bad decisions from time to time, right? And I don't think it's a bad decision that makes you stupid. Well, maybe it does, but it's that stupid isn't an all-encompassing term. It doesn't mean that you, as a person, as an individual, are a stupid person. It just means that some of us make a fucking lot more stupid decisions than the rest of us, and that needs to be looked at.
It can mean exactly that. I mean, it depends on the context you use it in.
Yeah.
If I call you stupid, I might just mean that was a dumb thing you just did. I might just be,
Right.
doing it poorly.
But you're not saying that I'm a stupid person in general.
But on the other hand, I might actually mean you are ridiculous. Why are you breathing my fucking air, you moron? See,
Yes.
I could mean it either way.
It's like, and I hate to make a joke out of it, right? But people say I'm against abortion, and I'm like, really? Have you looked around recently? I just looking at the adults, I could probably name a whole bunch of them that I think the whole universe would be happier if they weren't around, if they never grew up in the first place. So I think we could definitely make a case for abortion, if for no other reason, even if we do it randomly, we'll eventually whittle down the number of stupid people. I'm just like, I don't know.
Oh, but
I
how
don't
can
know.
anybody make money if we don't have stupid people?
Well, that's there you go. See, it's the economists that are to blame here, right? Because we need somebody to feed off of, right? It's like the sharks saying, let's kill off all the fish because they're not sharks. Well, then what are you gonna eat? So
They'll eat each other.
yeah, see, and then that's a problem. So no,
Yeah, robots can work for us instead. Yeah.
exactly,
Well, that's the
exactly.
And
thing.
so,
Technology, all the technology, right? Was supposed to make life easier. Work, don't work as hard. And where are we? With all the technology now, we have people working twice as hard. They you know, can't meet their bills and stuff. Yet we have all this technology to make work easier.
Yeah,
Do you guys have that tarot card reading on TV as well, where you ring up and they read your fucking tarot cards?
I haven't seen that in a while, but I'm sure you could find one.
Oh
Oh,
God. Oh, I remember. What was her name? Carlton. You got to know. Remember? Oh God.
Dionne Warwick
She,
used to
but
do
non.
commercials for Mama.
It was someone else.
No, I know who you're talking about. She call me now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. What was her name?
I don't know. I never watched
Mama
her.
something or other, but Dionne Warwick did the infomercials for her. And
I used to watch
I know who you're talking about.
on the
So,
Spanish channel.
call me now.
On the Spanish channel, there was a guy. There was a drag queen
Walter
guy named
Mercado.
Walter Mercado.
was
Yeah,
like-
exactly. He lost us
He
today.
wasn't
Yes.
quite a drag queen, but
Not
he
quite,
was
but
like Crispin from the Ed Wood movies.
yeah. And so he's just the most bizarre guy. But yeah, he did that. But they're out there. God, there's one on Google here every day, and I got on her case once or twice, and then she told me to piss off. But she was if you need counseling for your life's problems, readings, I'm like, oh, a bunch of bullshit. It's like, stop picking on people that, I hate to say they don't know any better, but they don't know any better, so somebody needs to stand up for them. I'm like, stop
Miss
picking.
Cleo.
Miss who?
Miss Cleo, right?
Was it Cle? Oh God, I don't know. That one doesn't ring a bell for me, but maybe.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, you're saying these people are stupid, so they deserve it. Well, what makes them stupid? And you get that it's, essentially set in stone by early childhood and a fair amount also even heritable. So you.
Person is that
They didn't do anything. They didn't do anything to be stupid. They were made that way.
They were made that way. Well, maybe. Did I hear somebody else's voice there?
I think Brother John was trying to start up in the middle.
No, I heard another woman's voice. Not you, Nadia, but I heard somebody else. I thought I did. Maybe it was a background noise. Sorry. You didn't have somebody come in your room, did you, while you were talking?
No.
Okay.
That was me, Colin. No, Colin, I was pulling up the Miss Cleo commercial on YouTube.
Oh, okay. All right. There we go. I thought I heard
Oh,
something.
no.
what kind? Did you think you had voices coming in your head?
I did indeed.
I thought I
Yeah.
was going to lose you there for a while, buddy.
It was a fucking religious experience.
I was going to call 911.
Nah, don't do that. I'm happy being crazy. It's okay.
But when you hear voices, Carlton, woo!
You know what? That's all right. That's all right. I don't mind hearing voices. Please use this coin. What? Huh? Anyway, sorry.
Here.
Call me now for a free tarot reading. Call 1-800-31.
Call me now.
Yeah, I remember that now that I hear that. Yeah, for a free reading. Yeah, guess she didn't see her going off the air there, so she missed that one.
It's a lot of email.
Oh, what the hell is
Yeah,
that?
sure.
What do you to prove how our minds can do amazing things, impressive things? In the beginning, it was hard, but now on this line, your mind reading automatically with our since thinking about be proud. Only certain people can read this. Please forward if you can read this. I can read that, figuratively speaking. Awesome. All right, wait a minute. I'll see if you guys can read this. Hang on.
Now that you put that thing on the screen, I thought my computer was going berserk for a second.
No. Oops, wait. I can't. That's not what I wanted. I want. hate this. Come on, give me the damn thing. A link to post.
Scary
That's
Colonel programming stuff.
I'm coming.
Naughty
Hang on.
is
All right.
acting
All
right.
right. Here's so. Okay. There's a link. I think it's there. I just put it in. Did it come up there?
Yeah, I
Okay.
got it.
Okay. There's a link. Can you read that?
Avery Miller.
What?
Oh, she's psychic.
No. Just read the picture below.
Oh,
I can actually follow your links now.
good.
Yep.
If you
I
can
can.
read
That was
this,
actually pretty easy.
having a strong.
What about it?
Can you read it?
Oh, okay, they're words.
Yeah.
They're words.
It says this message shows to prove how our mind can do amazing things, impressive things. In the beginning, it was hard, but now on this line, I want to say that line, your mind is reading automatically without even thinking about it. Be proud. Only certain people can read this. Please forward if you can read this.
Yeah. I've seen something like that before, believe it or not.
I've seen those on Facebook. They send those all the time out.
Yeah, I always find those I find them just absolutely fascinating because we can, our brains can. We don't really need the whole word to pick it out. We can.
Yeah. I've seen that
But
before.
does it mean
in another,
you have a stronger mind? I'm sorry. Does it mean you have a stronger mind than anyone else?
I doubt it.
No, it's something to do with word recognition or something.
Yeah.
You know, like your brain's already programmed to, like it doesn't actually read the letters one by one. It reads the actual word, and when you take the letters away, you can actually still read it.
Well, I think what it might indicate, though, if I had to guess, I bet that there's probably a difference between some people who are who look at things very conceptually versus people who look at things very literal or serially. And I think the people that are very literal would have a very hard time reading that because they would be stuck on 7. What's that? 7. That doesn't.
Yeah. So when
whereas
you keep
people that can see the
take
concept,
the option,
right, where we can look at the pattern, especially once you get going, because I think once you get going, then there's only certain phrases that could come next that would make sense. So it's easier to kind of fill it in.
There's a third option.
What is that?
That it doesn't really mean anything, and it's like a chain letter. The reason they put that part in there is to get you to pass it on.
That's very true, and I did. So I'm a weak-minded. This is like the Jedi mind trick for Google Plus.
No, it's just it's like magic. It's like don't look at the man behind the curtain. It's not you're stupid. It's hey, my misdirection worked. There's nothing wrong with being fooled by misdirection. That only means that it worked.
Yep, that's true.
And I may be wrong. Maybe I'm a skeptic, but maybe I am a cynic. I mean, there's a pretty fine line, right, between I don't know about that and yeah.
Well, no one has figured out my puzzle that I gave a couple weeks ago. I even went to my little Mensa group meeting last month, and I offered a free dinner to anybody who could solve the puzzle. And
give me the puzzle.
And nobody got it.
It's like Labyrinth. It's got to be something to do with asking one what the other ones would say.
Well, that's true.
And
Give it to me,
I don't know how to figure it out because I'm just not that smart of a guy. But I know it's something like Labyrinth.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like
you added in another variable.
Who said give it to me? By the way, who has that?
Hey.
That was John.
John. Real briefly, John. Three aliens are sitting on your sofa. One of them always tells the truth. One of them always lies. One of them always gives a random answer. Okay. You can ask only 3 questions, yes or no questions. You can ask them to, one to each person. You can ask all to the same person. They can be the same question. They can be different. Doesn't matter. But you get 3 questions total, 3 yes no answers. Okay. And you got to figure out who the truth teller is, who the liar is, who the random person is. Now the gotcha here is that they all speak a foreign language. They all the same one, but you don't understand it. So while they will answer you yes or no, you don't know which word is yes and which word is no. So
Okay.
that's the puzzle. Hey, Fiction, where's Fiction go?
So
I only worked on it for so long.
Hello, Michael.
The order, or it has to do with who you ask. It has to do with the question you asked, which would be, would how would this guy say yes?
Right.
And yeah, give me a couple more seconds.
Okay, go all the time you want. It's one of my favorite puzzles, so I don't
I'm
expect
close
anybody
though,
to.
aren't I?
Well, you're. I mean, you got the general idea, yes, but
Carl, how you doing?
hello, Michael. How you doing? I'm doing well.
Good. Yeah, you look very comfortable. I love your sign there on the side. Do you live by those words? Can you read them out to me?
Yeah, I actually posted them today. It says, think deeply, speak gently, love much, laugh a lot, work hard, give freely, and be kind. I said that should be the EULA for being on Google Plus.
Now, which of that is the most true to you?
Think deeply and laugh a lot. I would
Yeah.
put them on in equal standing.
Now, which one do you think I like best of all of them?
I don't know. Speak gently, possibly.
You know which one I like best, believe it or not, and it felt like it didn't fit?
What?
Work hard. Work
hard. Oh, now see, no, that's unfortunately at the bottom of my. But you know what? Not to tear apart my poor little sign here, but I think for me, thinking deeply is working hard. They're not synonymous, but I
Oh
think
Jesus! You couldn't spend so much time working hard as you do thinking deeply. You'd be dead. You're not in that good of shape.
No, I'm just saying thinking deeply is work. It's
not hard
difficult.
work.
It is hard work. Oh, it is hard work.
No, because if you spend as many hours digging ditches as you do in deep thought, you'd be dead.
Well, it's not the same kind of labor, but it is hard work. I can promise that puzzle I gave you, I spent 5.5 hours with that puzzle. I went through headaches and aspirin. It's work. It was definitely work.
May I add one to that?
Yeah, Fix, what's up?
I can barely talk.
Easy there. Okay.
Too many hangouts.
Yeah, I was on with the radio station all morning after all night hangouts. But yeah, I think when I started really belting out with tunes, it really did affect on my throat. But the one I wanted to add, and sing and dance like no one's are watching or listening. And hi, Nadia, and Michael, and Scott Daddy, and Reuven. And even though you don't like my cursing, but I'm not. I'm behaving myself.
It's the smaller sign though. That's
Yeah, I need that. I want that one.
And no one gets hurt.
That's how I feel right now. Yep.
Fiction Fighter.
Yeah.
If you do lemon tea,
or
lemon green tea, it will help. I spent many years singing, and that was the one thing that saved me. Lemon
okay.
Tea. Yeah.
All right, I'll go do that.
With honey.
Brother John.
Are any of you guys?
We got Fiction Fighter and Colton in a room now. Nobody definitely is going to get a word in.
Get a word in. Are any of you guys anywhere near Atlanta, Georgia?
No, I'm just over the border at Michigan.
That's way over the border.
Way over the border, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And nobody. Okay. No problem. I'm going down to Dragon Con the end of this month, next month. So I was just curious if anybody was down there. Maybe we'd get together for a coffee or something.
So what's everybody up to?
Pay for my flight. I'll go, Colton.
Yeah. Let me think about that.
What's everybody else up to?
Yeah, get together. Yeah.
Going to bed.
I'd love to go visit Jordan. Jordan's down in Georgia. Yeah. How are you, Fiction? T?
Look in chat. Look in chat. I gotta type.
I can't talk. What are you doing?
So, did you have a hangout last night, John?
Yes, I did. It was a slow night last night.
Yeah, well, I was at G Dubs with John, and it
Yes.
was it started off slow, and then Pillbox came in, and it became somewhat more interesting, and then Abel was there, and but no, I couldn't find your link for yours, so I don't know.
Did you get the in? You should have got the invite. Did you get an invite?
I probably did. You do it through Gmail, right?
Well, I do this when I start a hangout, and they say invite, and I have you in my circles.
Yeah, I didn't get it last night, so yeah, I
Yeah.
might maybe I pissed you off or something.
No, 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 no,
Not
no,
that.
no. And actually, I lost. Well, we had Grant came in and Prescott, and we would chit chat.
No, no, no,
No, no,
Jell-
no.
Jello,
no,
Jello, Jello, Jello,
no.
with a little
Then,
whipped cream. All
and then
right.
I know I got John's invite, but then I couldn't find it after the room died because I was gonna come over there. But I did watch a little the beginning of it with you and John, and you were talking with Brett and stuff. Yeah, I caught a little bit of it.
Yeah, John was mean to me, but I got over it.
John was good. He was asking you guys some challenging questions. Yeah.
Well, when he wasn't screaming over Pillbox, he was good. You mean?
Well, I didn't listen to that part. Yeah, I
Oh
mean,
my, it got pretty critical
Pillbox.
with
Yeah.
Pillbox, but yeah.
Don't
So
tell me.
Nadia,
Let me guess. You
Nadia,
got into. Let me guess. You got into the young Earth creation stuff.
I did. I just talked about feelings. Whoa, whoa,
You talk
whoa.
about aliens too.
Yeah, we did. That was my first mistake. So Nadia, I like the new I don't know, new computer and new sound and whatever's going on. It's way better.
Yes.
It's like a
Yeah,
whole
it's the computer. It's the
it's
same old phone.
it's like a whole new world though. It's like I'm seeing a whole new Nadia, hearing a whole new Nadia. I like it. It's awesome.
Exactly.
He was born again.
You are a little bit of a shit disturber, aren't you? I like that.
I am what?
Not you. I'm talking to John. I don't know
What?
if you're
I'm
a
gonna,
shit disturber.
a what? A little bit of what?
Yeah. Yeah. No,
Shit.
not brother John. The other John.
A shit stirrer.
I'm
Oh
a shit.
yeah.
He's a troublemaker.
He's got me one. He's got me wondering about me and Nadia's private thingy. It didn't go public, did it?
Private thingy?
I heard the whole thing.
Nope.
What?
It was intense.
What?
It was intense.
What, you saw it, brother John? What?
It was intense.
He's messing with you.
Oh, fuck.
He's messing with you.
I
Come on.
I don't want any of
You
that.
had
Somebody
it.
messed. Yeah.
Oh, you had her worried, man. I couldn't watch it anymore. That was I thought she was gonna
Yeah,
break
well-
down.
Well,
Help!
John May had me freaking worried last night. He was pulling my leg, and then I thought, is he pulling my leg? For real? Like,
If you believe half of what he says, you're screwed.
well, I didn't at first, and then he got me thinking. So nothing went public, right?
I don't
No.
think Nadia
Yeah.
would have not
You know,
known.
I made it public after. I made it public.
No, it wasn't public until you had long since moved on to playing music.
Oh,
And-
okay,
and-
great. That's cool.
And Michael,
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was open.
I'm gonna tell Michael something. Michael, I was in a room the other night with a fucking porno star,
Right on. Way to go, buddy.
and he's been in about 5 or 6 porno movies,
Right.
and he's got a big black hairy cock.
Yeah.
And John
we just-
really
We're
wanted
just going downhill now again.
Now we're
God.
going downhill.
But
Where
we
do I
can
sign
always
up?
we can
But
always
that's
take
all
the
Go
high
right.
road.
down that road, please.
Fiction fighter.
It's a
Just
And
lovely-
you know, Michael, said if I fucking troll enough,
No,
I'll find these
God,
people, and I
mate.
found them.
Please don't go down that road. It's too early. Ah,
Fiction
Not for
fighter.
me, it's not.
Fiction.
yes, bro.
Yeah, just so you know, you look in the upper right-hand corner, and you'll know if the Hangout's going live or not.
Yeah, I know. Oh, it's live now, right?
We're live now, but I'm just saying because you were concerned about your conversation with Nadia.
Yeah, yeah.
but John,
We can't tell his name. We can't tell his name. That's all.
John.
I'm just letting Michael know on my secret adventures.
Yeah, because on all seriousness, so seriously, when you
But
think you're private, and then it's when people question if you're private, and it's like, holy crap, like
Yeah.
there's got to be some allowance for that, for knowing whether you're totally in private or not.
Well, see, the other thing is too, if another button comes up and it says viral, you're in trouble.
Viral. Where's that? Son of a gun, Michael. You got me there.
Yes.
You're gullible, half fiction.
No, I'm just groggy. I just woke up.
Did you know the word gullible isn't actually in the dictionary?
This is the time you guys could really mess with me.
Sky Daddy,
What's that?
you look great, buddy.
I feel pretty good. My
No, I
voice
mean,
still sounds like hell, but I feel good.
I barely recognize you. You know, this is almost like the Studley look here. This is good. And
This is this is summertime. It's hot and spend too much time on camera to take off the clothes, so I'm gonna have to take off the hair.
yeah, you talk about taking the clothes off a lot. Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, it's more of an empty threat,
Well, I've been in rooms where they have, so it's a different experience.
Well, you know what? That's why kind of actually makes people wonder. It's not the same as actually laying down in front of somebody's car, because when they get in and turn on the engine, you're gonna move.
You lost me, but that's okay.
I thought I had a good analogy.
Yeah. So why is it when Fiction Fighter talks and I talk, everybody talks?
Yeah, I know. We seem to be the conversation starters, eh?
No, honestly, if you and I talk, suddenly there's usually more, and then there's layering, and then John the porn star, not John Marley John, but John Well-hung John.
You're talking about Johnny Holmes.
Johnny May.
Hey, Michael, have you seen any Johnny Holmes movies? Have you seen any? Have you seen any movies?
Oh, well, he died.
Yeah, I know, but he's still got fucking movies. They stayed alive.
Yeah, you know he was gay, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't really gay. He just did it for the money.
That's my favorite Australian phrase. Yeah,
But Michael, I just want to know, how many of these movies have you seen?
Yeah, but
oh, I see where he's going.
Daddy, hey, I'm not mad at you, okay, just for the record, after all that shit last night you pulled.
Oh, that's it. Where's the mute button? Yeah, but
fuck you, don't do it.
Yeah, he's fucking trigger happy, this guy.
I know. Why? I don't understand. I didn't do anything.
You get one person starting and then they all want to fucking do it. It's amazing.
Know. It's me.
Like, oh, I want to do it now. It's my turn. Yeah. Hey, Carl,
what are you doing?
It was awesome, muting her.
I'm handyman fucking shop.
It was awesome continuously muting her for 45 minutes, but then refusing to open up my own mic so she couldn't do it back to me made it even better.
Oh, there he goes again. He's doing the same fucking shit, see? Right like that. Oh, it so pissed me off.
Okay, how about no F-bombs and no hammering? No? All right.
I want to watch fucking
Carl.
You could just mute him. Yeah.
Don't do it. No. That can't happen, Michael. Michael. We just come in here with our own natures, and people just gotta deal with it.
Well, what happened last night? Why weren't you in the G-Dubs one? I tried to get you in, and are you at war with G-Dubs?
It was full.
No,
it wasn't. Later.
No.
Yes, it was.
No.
It was for me, or somebody had me blocked. Maybe, I don't know.
It wasn't full.
Well, but I tried. I didn't try right away.
No,
I tried about half an hour later, and it said room is full.
Yeah, it wasn't though.
No.
No, I asked earlier for him to invite you, and I
He
think he was
did.
worried. He was worried. Oh, so he did. Okay, so as
Yeah.
long as okay, because I got the impression that maybe you were a little appropriate sometime in one of his other ones or something, or he was worried you were going to be, or
I think he was worried because I'd never been in his hangouts.
so it's just the legend you've
I,
formed over what 4 hangouts?
I'm beginning to find that out. I've got a
Don't let her in.
reputation.
She's trouble. She uses the F-bomb. She's related to John May.
I can't. What I want you to do is do one little job every single day, and every time you join a hangout, we're going to work out what you've done. How's that?
That'd be like a review, you mean? I'll be under review.
No, I'm talking to Carlton. I think he's got himself blocked.
Who?
Well, muted. Sorry. Oh, you mean my little sign there?
Yeah, you do one of those every day, and what we have to do is
Figure out
every
what
time
changed.
we join a hangout, we've got to go, okay, what's Carlton done today? And we have to pick what you've done differently.
I don't know if I can limit it to one thing a day.
Yeah, well, you don't want to stress yourself out.
Well, that's true. God forbid. I don't want to put the chair too far. I bought it. That's why I bought the chair with wheels. If I need to hang something, I can just wheel over here, and I'm getting ready for old age when the wheelchair comes in.
So, Carl, can I ask you a question?
Well, you just did.
Okay. Well, another question. Something of greater meaning to me.
Just did that too. Yes. No, go right ahead.
I feel like I'm talking to the genie. I've just screwed up all my wishes. Okay, so question last night, and I only got one person to answer it, and I think you'll answer it if I ask. What is the most memorable spiritual experience you've had in your life?
Is that directed to me or who?
Carl. Or you if you want.
Memorable.
What if he can't remember?
No, my problem is not that. My problem is I have a lot of candidate options here.
Come on, Colin. We just had a hang.
Which one was the most memorable? That's my problem here. I have a lot of them, but
Okay, well, he thinks about that. I could share
Go
a
ahead.
really quick one.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll give you some thinking time. I can tell you, yesterday, I think I had a spiritual moment after listening to some of that Carmel music, Michael.
You
Or
were making
chakra
fun.
stuff.
You were making fun of my music.
I know, but it got me thinking. It's got me questioning something because this is.
You said
This week.
you left it for your dog. That was your exact words.
I know. No, that wasn't wasn't an insult because I got to thinking stuff I've read and listened to and stuff. When you fill a room full of like the whatever, I don't know what you call it. When you play certain music, gets rid of the demons and shit, right? Okay. I'm not claiming this is spiritual. I'm just But something really interesting happened on Monday and Tuesday. Through work, people all of a sudden are giving me food. I'm coming home with a grocery bag full of food, and this one Portuguese woman cooked me up a meal, and I couldn't. I think I haven't been eating, so it's like all of a sudden I got really freaking hungry, and I didn't even know I was hungry, and then this one lady gave me she said she paid $500 for it. It's a machine that works the abs. Like I really need some ab workout because of sitting in these hangouts so much, but in my spare time. But yeah, she gave it to me for free. And she didn't want anything for it. And I said, "Are you sure you check with all your family and everybody you know to make sure that you've exhausted that list?" She goes, "Nope, nobody wants it. And I just need it out. I just need it off my deck, and it's too heavy for me, and I don't use it anymore. Blah blah blah." And she's dying, right? So she's not really useful to her anymore, and she's old. So, and she just buried her 41-year-old son. So I'm wondering, I don't know. So it's just suddenly like this, I don't get it. It's got me
Do you
kerfuffled.
want my opinion or no?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're amongst higher vibrations in your life, great things happen. I had yesterday one of the best days of my life. It was phenomenal. In the
Yeah,
place.
I want to hear about that because I keep hearing you say that, and then I never get to see the story, hear the story.
Yeah, it was just everything I could possibly want yesterday fell into place, even things that made no sense. Now, we all have those days that, it's an uphill battle the whole day, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've been dragging my ass for the last 2 weeks. Yeah.
This is like you, everything unfolded. I don't want to get into details, but things magically happen that defied logical explanation. And like you said, it's the little things. Someone brings you a coffee in or a meal, or you're getting along with someone who couldn't stand you before, or or you have a family member maybe you haven't talked to in like 3 years, and now they're suddenly calling you on the phone going, I think it's time to talk, and that kind of stuff, right? Where you have a synchronicity of healing and hope, and I don't know.
You know what?
It just yesterday
I've
was
got
magical. I was still high from yesterday, all the joy that I felt. Like a good concert. I think that's a good
yeah.
analogy for the average person. You go and you fill a room with a whole bunch of people, and you're shouting and having the time of your life, and even the next day you're still high from it. Am I making your head explode there, Sky Daddy? I'm sorry. I don't want to make your head explode.
I'm just talking because for conversation's sake. Like, I mean, I don't believe in any spirits and all that. You know that, right?
No,
But,
you tell
but I
me
think
that. You tell
on
me
an
that.
intellectual level, I think just in these hangouts and connecting with you guys, every one of you,
Mhm.
something's changed in my personality when I go out to work. I think I'm softening up a little bit. I'm not as in there and professional, and I'm just kind of like I'm showing the compassion is showing through me more. I think that's what it is.
Well,
Please
it
don't
was.
put that on me.
You know what?
Oh, I wouldn't dare blame you, Sky Daddy.
I want to make you colder and harder.
You bring
Well,
out the harsh side, yeah.
okay. Well, if I had to pick my two, I have to do it. I have to pick two things because, or three,
Sure.
because they're equal but they're different. Um, Spiritual things, I count in that sort of things that evoke emotions in me against my desire to have them. Okay, sort of this overcome by lump in the throat sort of moments. Um, and two of those, one of them was the end of Dead Poets Society, where they all stood on their desks at the end. It was one of those I wanted to get up in the movie theater. It took every ounce of strength I had not to get up on my chair in the movie theater and cheer. Um, Another one, which is a
You
movie.
weren't the only one doing that. That would
I
have
know,
been
but you know what?
very
I could. This was one of those moments when I know every damn other person in the movie theater wanted to do the same thing, and they were fighting the exact same feeling. And I think if any one of us had given in, we all would have given in. I think the other.
But if they didn't, it'd be so embarrassing.
I know, but the other one was it was a weird one. There's two scenes from West Wing always do that to me when I watch these scenes. They always evoke the same. No matter how many times it doesn't matter how many times I watch them. There's the scene with Toby where he goes to the funeral of a homeless man who was a Korean War vet, and then there's another one which is a scene where Toby again, where Toby has somebody in his group that sort of rats the group out to the press, and he calls everybody together. You would think to sort of chide them and to get angry with them, but he doesn't, and I won't spoil it. But a very touching moment. So those are the kind of those things. Then the other one that's different is there was one moment years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, where I had gone on a trip to somewhere. I think actually went to Vegas for some reason, if I remember right. But anyway, it doesn't matter. I came home, and when I got into the airport, my wife was there, and my kids were there, and I kind of snuck around one of those big concrete poles to kind of surprise them, and I did. It was perfect surprise. I got right behind them, right? Hey, turn around, and everybody just instantaneous, spontaneous hugs. But it was for me. It was a sort of a perfect moment in time. It was one of those where the butterfly wings stop flapping and you can actually watch it. Well, usually for me, that was those moments were like watching my finger get slammed in the door. But it was a perfect moment in time, and so those stand out. But there's been lots of them.
Does anybody else want to share? That was beautiful, by the way. Thank you. I love the hug part. That was really good. How about you, Nadia? Do you have,
Yeah.
what's the most spiritual experience that you've had that's
I think
affected you?
Nadia's most spiritual experience was the day she met me. Maybe not.
Well, it's hard to say because I've essentially been an atheist all my life. maybe the closest thing to Passion in the Desert happened when I was, well, relatively young, having to do with, well, gender and such.
Can you go deeper?
Um, I'll, my memory of it was not very detailed, but at least not in its apart from the his memory of the act itself, and it was had pretty serious consequences over the remainder of my life.
Okay, I got another quick one if you're done, Nadia.
Yeah, I'm done. I described more in the text chat that wouldn't want to have on video.
Okay. um, when you and I connected, I think something orchestrated that.
Absolutely. I think you two meeting.
I knew you would say that, Michael.
that it was so orchestrated. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
But
I
that's
think
beautiful.
she just touched a compassion chord in me. That's what it was, I think, and I knew there was more that we could connect on a more personal level.
Yeah, but that, that might have even been something that was connected even in, I don't know if you believe, their lifetime. Like that was two souls merging.
Huh.
Because that even when you talk about it, there's a softer, beautiful side of you that comes out.
Aw.
I'm giving poor Sky Daddy a migraine. I'm sorry, Sky Daddy. I'm so sorry, man. I know.
And,
I know. And thanks for
and
thanks.
since we're on the topic, also, Michael, this
Yes.
woman that fed me lunch yesterday, and I didn't even know I was hungry.
Yeah.
She wants to convert me to Catholicism now. She goes, "You should be Catholic and you should get baptized." And I said, "I've done all that and it never worked." She laughs. She goes, "Well, because it wasn't a Catholic baptism." We had a good laugh.
That's sweet.
She wants to take me under her wing, and she's a beautiful woman. She's like 200 or 300 pounds in a wheelchair. She reminds me of a real good friend I had, a Greek woman friend that I lost, and it was such a cool connection. Like, I think I'm connecting with people. It feels weird.
Yeah, but that's what happens when you're around love vibrations. They grow. They do.
It's just weird to me though.
Yeah. Well,
I can't help but make fun of it, but it does mean something, but you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I feel
but
like everyone's on a mission to save me or something.
But yeah, but that's the thing. If you're on the right path, or if you're on the right river, the current will take you where you need to go, and you're definitely on the right path right now. But your heart's opening. That's great. That's great. But I felt like that with a few people in these hangouts as well. Maybe not to the same level, but just like meeting an old friend. And yeah, it's.
Oh, did we lose Carlton because all the focus is off of him?
Hey, you're nasty. You're nasty. Oh my God. You're like a little razor. I just cut his neck open. How you like it?
He's got a child, what do you call, a wannabe something in him, I think.
You know what? Don't we all?
Wannabe celebrity. Just to be honest. I'm just being honest.
Well, you know what? We all don't have the charisma that you have, right? So you naturally have it.
I've listened to him. He does have it. He takes over like Rob in a subtle way, and he even I watched the last hangout one hangout he was in recently, and it's like he even confessed it that he wants to be,
Yeah, but I think we irritate him. I do. I think on some level, some of us, and including myself, irritate him. But that's okay. And he's civil and he doesn't say anything nasty. So I like him. He
But see, he's got the religion still in him. That's what it is. Because I saw that at all religious people,
hmm
or not all. I shouldn't say it so blanket like that. But there's a lot. I saw a lot of old Christianity in him. I did Pentecostal to be a, more specific. They
Well,
all want to be.
one of
Sorry,
the things one
they
of the
all want the
things.
spotlight. Sorry, what? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nadia. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. Go.
I wasn't saying anything.
Well, you were clicking. You were clicking and flicking.
Yeah, I was logging into
It's the
some
keyboard.
other stuff.
Sometimes it interrupts. Yeah.
John,
Your interwebs.
brother John. Sorry, brother John. You there, buddy? Are you?
Oh
Yes,
shoot.
sir.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Oh, you.
Oh, he's your picture. Go deeper.
Is it me picking up or is it him?
Yes, Michael.
Okay. Yeah.
Uh,
Go deeper. Now,
Go
you
ahead.
know what? I had that very similar experience the first time I met you. That
Me?
I felt like I met an old friend. Yeah, the very first hangout.
Yes.
Twin. He's your
God,
spiritual twin.
you know what? We are very similar in many ways. Very similar.
Yeah.
I'm a little more animated than he is, but yeah, we are similar.
Oh no, you wouldn't say that if you didn't see him dancing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but that's
Booty, 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 booty.
You've got
that's-
a good head of hair, Michael.
Booty, 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 booty.
You're not thinning at all, are you?
Booty, 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 booty. That's how I can irritate you. Ha ha. Booty, 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 booty.
I'm thinning all over the place, but
Booty, 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 booty.
I can.
she's not letting something go. Okay, Sky Daddy, explain that to me. Did you guys were you guys mean to each other?
Booty, 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 booty.
Fix
Booty,
it.
booty, booty, booty. Booty, booty, booty.
What the heck happened last night? Wait,
I'm all the time so nice to her. I think she's just going insane.
Booty, 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 booty.
okay, now I'm seeing why G Dubs was a
right
little
now.
concerned. All right. Okay. Was she gone now?
That was
She-
unexpected.
I was you don't have any thin place in your hair there, do you? Do you, Michael?
yeah, I
nice
do.
full head.
Yeah,
Do you?
actually, yeah, I do. I do now. Yeah, I do.
Totally unnoticeable. Oh, it must be in the back, huh?
No, you know what's funny is I have most of my hair at the sides. I do have enough on the top that if I was like one of those hair club from men, where they put the plugs in your head. Yeah, to me it looks like those guys that get the plugs. You know what I mean? Where you've got some here, but you got lots at the side. Yeah, if it's a sunny day, yeah, you can see pretty good down my head. But yeah, but the camera is just it's very kind. Now the hole in my head on the other picture there, that's real, where the light actually shines through.
Quiet.
I'm here.
Brother John, how do you get Minicam to interact on Google Hangouts?
You
Okay.
go up to
Use
this.
the use the video when you put yourself on the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll when you click to video, then the Minicam will come on.
All right. So I've clicked on myself.
Right. When you use Minicam, you'll see a little thing. It'll say USB camera, your camera. It'll give you options.
Hang on a second.
Go ahead.
I've got video effects gallery,
Right.
and up the top it's got Minicam. It's got hide or show it, activate it, get pro, full screen broadcast, settings. Which one do I go to?
Okay. What do you want to get on? You want to get on the camera, or you want to show a video? You see
No,
those?
just get on. I want to do what you're doing, like put a picture on or whatever. I want
Okay.
Minicam to interact with the program right now. How do I do it?
You see this? You see the 6 boxes there next?
I've got video effects gallery.
Okay, click on video.
Yeah, and there's 6 boxes, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. If you just want pictures, click on gallery. And then it says, you see where it says my snapshots? Or
My
maybe,
snap. Okay, I'll tell you what. Okay, in video, there's 6 boxes on the right.
okay. If you want, okay. If you just want a picture, you go to gallery.
All right. I
If
want to
you
go to video. So I'm on video, and
Okay,
there's 6 boxes on the right.
Okay, then now you go to the top right of one of those. You click on the plus sign, and then to the top right, it'll give you options for your camera, for a YouTube video. You see that?
I've got the plus sign that says up. Every time I click on the box, it says upgrade to Minicam Pro.
No, you shouldn't have to do that because I don't have. I mean, I don't have many. I don't have Pro.
All right.
I just did it. You want me to
transmit? It's got live.
There you go.
I just
now in the upper right, you see that little. There's a drop down. In that upper right, you got it.
Yeah, got it. What do I click on?
Now, if you want the camera, you could go to the camera, and your camera will come on, and then there should be other options there, like one's for YouTube if you want to show a YouTube video.
It's got games, IP games, media file, desktop.
Okay, there you go.
Is it desktop?
What do you want? You want to come on camera?
Yeah.
So you click on USB camera.
Oh, okay. Well, that must be the Logitech. Hang on.
Probably. Yeah. You got a little different. You got a little different menu than I do.
Yeah, I think so.
It's Australian. It's very, very deep.
Show application window.
So, John.
All right, I'll fuck around with it and see if I can get it happening. Hang on.
Brother John.
Yes. Whose this?
It's Darkman right now.
Sky Daddy's got a. There's a girl, a picture of a girl in Sky Daddy. Okay. Anyway, you got a question for me?
Yeah, I do actually. So, is the crazy and wild fiction fighter allowed to come back if she behaves?
I didn't kick her, but she's done for the duration of the hangout.
Okay, that means she's kicked out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
The king has spoken?
I guess so. I'm not the king.
Well, who's the king?
Well, there's no way to unkick her.
Yeah, Reuven's the only one that I see Reuven has controls.
Oh, Reuben. Oh, okay. Okay.
Just tell her I did it. She'll believe it.
It's Reuven's room.
Hi, Reuben. Are you feeling love in your heart?
He's listening now.
Yeah.
She didn't get the point after she's been muted 3 times, and I don't blame, I don't understand. Big Sin.
So, Sky Daddy, what was that all about? Why was she doing that? Because were you doing that to her last night? Yes, you were. Look at him. He was doing that last night. So you got her kicked out.
Relentlessly for about 45 minutes.
Okay, so you were messing with her.
But, yeah, I was messing with her pretty good.
Well, you definitely got to her. She wanted desperately to get back at you, right?
That was the thing. I was like muting her continuously, and then I just refused to open my mic so she couldn't mute me back. Like, I mean, I was spending less time talking than she was because, I guess in a way I was kind of punishing myself more, but it was annoying her really bad, so that made it kind of fun.
It's odd how both of you can barely talk today.
Yeah, I went to a concert 2 days ago, and it's just
Oh, yeah.
and then I've been in a
The
chat
Alice,
ever since.
the Alice Cooper one, right?
Yes, sir.
So, Michael.
Yes.
What kind of influences you have for your spirituality? Books
Oh,
or anything like that, or
okay, sure. I'm hearing myself through you, though, I think.
you're hearing myself? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
You're
Yeah.
living vicariously through me?
Well, something like that. And okay, my voice is now gone. I was having the echo chamber of the glory of the man. Okay. Okay, one of my first teachers, believe it or not, would have been Wayne Dyer, way back. Loved Wayne.
Ooh, Wayne Dyer. Oh man, quickly, his book, it was required reading in high school. I took a psychology class,
Hmm.
and his book, Erroneous Zones.
Very good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was yeah, and yeah, had an impact on me.
Yeah, that was one of there's don't forget too, I've been a businessman most of my life. One of my first teachers was a guy named Jim Rohn. I don't know if you know him. I loved him. He was the guy that actually inspired Anthony Robbins, Tony Robbins, the famous big guy.
Sure.
Those were two of my favorites when I was growing up. I used to love another guy named Brian Tracy. And then as I got more spiritual, I started reading things like, I guess Eckhart Tolle. Um,
Is that how you
and
pronounce it? I thought it was Eckhart Tolle.
no, Eckhart Tolle.
Yeah,
And,
Tolle
and,
now.
and Deepak Chopra.
Of course, I knew that had to be one of yours.
Yeah, yeah, Deepak Chopra, which only makes poor Sky Daddy's mind more numb. Oh, look, he's going. He goes, the thing is, I think he actually likes me, but he just thinks I'm from Zaiton, and I've been somehow
You're
put
from
on the mothership.
Zaiton? You're from
Zaiton,
Zaiton?
Zaiton, and I've been,
Oh,
yeah,
I'm from the neighboring planet.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Michael,
So,
stay away from Deepak Chopra, okay? He's doing your head in.
Go on, Michael.
Yeah, so and then recently, my favorite teacher probably in the last year is that Panage Desai guy that I've been saying, but nobody seems to know.
Minaj? Minaj?
Panage Desai.
Don't know him.
Yeah, and he's he's out there like I am, so that's probably why we connect. And he would probably make Sky Daddy's brain burst. See, where I just give him a headache, Sky Daddy's brain would probably just fly right out of the top of his head. That would be it.
You listen to any Alan Watts?
No, should I?
Yes, you should.
Okay, I will. I'm always open for a good read. But over the years, I've probably read every good and bad self-help book to self-medicate from the time that I was, I don't know, maybe 30 years old, and I'm 51 now. So, yeah, just
Alan Watts brought like the Eastern thought over to the States in the 70s. He's passed now, but you can get his books or catch his lectures online on YouTube.
What's the difference between a good and a bad self-help book?
I think that's a joke. That is a joke, right? Are you gonna bang your head again? You are, aren't you? You are. You see, you'll never get the effect on me that you got on the poor girl that got kicked out of here. That sweet girl that you lured into your den of shame and then played mind games with her, right? By just being silent and moving your head back and forth, and now she can't talk. She's probably crying right now, going, "What happened? I got tricked again. I got duped by the Sky Daddy." See, that's what it was. I knew it though. I could tell by his grin that he had won the game. He had won the game. Game, set, match. Thank you to Sky Daddy. Well, I don't know. Yeah. So you want me to answer that question? A good. You know what? If you can get one thing that you use in your life from a book, and it's something that you end up using long term, then it wasn't a bad book, I guess. One distinction that helps your life. But a lot of it is the same stuff regurgitated, right? Over and over again.
Yeah, that's for sure.
There's not much that's fresh, right?
That's right. Nothing new under the sun.
Well, nor was The Secret, but everybody liked it because they thought it was the newest get rich. You can have everything you want by just thinking about it and manifesting it. It'll magically occur. And no, hard work is part of that too. And tenacity.
Yeah, a little part of it.
Yeah. No, but I think people magically thought stuff was going to end up at their door, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crap. And you know what? It pretty much promised that. It was awful.
Yeah. One of the pioneers of self-help is a guy named Earl Nightingale, and he had a really deep voice. He was one of the first guys to do self-help in the 50s. And I don't know. Since then, it hasn't changed much. One of the first self-help books, believe it or not, was Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and that was done in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Well, The Secret really was a spin-off
Yeah.
of
Based on-
that book, The Law of
You wanna hear
Attraction.
something funny? When I moved into my house, The Secret, that book was in the house. They left it behind.
Yeah.
I don't know if they left it behind or they just left it there.
Well, it was for you to manifest all the glory. That's what it was. Yeah.
I watched
I read. I just picked up A History of God. Did anybody read that? It just came in the mail yesterday. Is it a good read? Anybody read it?
No.
What is it again?
A History of God by Karen Armstrong.
Yeah, I've read it.
How'd you like it?
I actually was hoping it would be more of a reference to cite on the origins of Judaism, and I don't think it went into it as much as I wanted.
It didn't go deep enough.
Yeah.
So what's up?
Needed more
What's up with you, Grant? What's up with you? You're not saying much today.
Oh, I'm just listening while I'm reading off on the side. What's going on? How you doing?
Good, really good. Yeah.
Fabulous.
Now, what's going on in your world? We've poor. Well, I shouldn't say. Poor fiction fighter got tricked by the master mentalist named Sky Daddy. He did. I have more respect for you now than ever after you did that. That is so funny.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
She lost it. She couldn't stop. She could not stop. You pushed her to the edge. It's funny.
I didn't even do anything at the end.
Michael, now, don't you think a person should be responsible for their own actions?
If someone is a puppet master, they can get people to do stuff.
I didn't do anything at the end. Like
You are the master. Pray to the master. Bow down to the master. Hail, master.
Hail to the master.
No.
The master Vader.
Yes, I agree. Okay, there you go. See, there's the true John, but he's
What
not
do you
blue.
want me to do now, master? I
want
am your
you to go.
servant.
I want you to go deeper.
I'm your servant. Tell me what to do. You want me to smoke cigarettes? Okay, I will.
So
Hail
Grant,
to
please.
the master.
Grant, take us out of the mud, please.
I still haven't figured out what the topic is in this room. I've just been sitting in here silently, so I haven't weighed in on anything.
You know what? You can
Hail
talk
to the
about.
master.
You can. Oh, okay. I have a question for you. What do you think of Pillbox?
I've only ran into him twice. Once in one of his hangouts, and then I think once he popped into one of Reuven's hangouts. So I haven't really known him long enough or well enough to form any kind of an opinion on him.
Well, he was in a hangout last night, and he was actually showing a softer, more sensitive side where he wasn't on the attack, and he was sharing how his house had burnt down, and he had to save his dog, and it was really nice. But then him and John May kind of started doing a verbal, playful.
Yeah. I've heard that he's a really nice guy one-on-one and seems very rational and logical. It's just that when he gets on the air in a group hangout, that he kind of gets stuck in a rut, as it were. But I don't know. That's what I've heard, but I haven't seen evidence to prove that or to the contrary.
I met him once. It was for about 15 minutes, and he was a polite, respectful gentleman. But I've had a very short encounter with him, and it was nothing like what I've heard about him. I just, I'm sure that 15 minutes is not a good, example, but I'm just saying, my experience with him was a delight. I hope to get to see him, meet him again, talk to him again soon.
You're just saying that because you're live.
No, actually, my first experience with him was pretty negative. I got muted and that kind of stuff. But I think it was a misunderstanding. They were having like the Bundy room, and I guess I was in there as one of the atheist types, But I think they kind of just lumped me in with all the other types that are tend to be really negative in the argument phase. But I'm not. But so they shut me down before I could say anything too much, and I wasn't really going to say anything too much. They thought I was going to be one of those people that kept talking over everybody else, but we were just having a little lag in the, a delay in the communication, so it sounded like I kept trying to talk on somebody else, but yeah.
Now, do you when you're in those, do you get nasty? Because I've never really seen a nasty side of you.
I don't have a nasty side to me.
Like, see, we're with Bill.
Grant is one of the
Go ahead.
Grant is one of the coolest people here, really. I must say that.
Well,
I'm sorry.
John, I think you're the coolest people, if you want to know.
No, not at all. Hey, listen, I have no problem with Pillbox most of the time as long as he's not talking about young Earth creationism, but for the most part, and this is how I put it, Pillbox is to the young creationist as Rob Beasley is to the two wolves.
Okay, but you know what? He was kind of teasing, or there was some kind of weird banter going on between him and Abel. I think I said that right. Abel, the guy that talks like this when he has the powder. That's Abel, right?
Oh, Abel, yeah.
Abel, I like Abel, but he honestly makes my brain hurt. I'm not joking. Like, there's something about him. Like, when he talks, it's I don't know if he changes the vibration in the room, but I actually like him as a person. But the way he speaks and the way he processes things is so directly different from me. It's hard, I think it's hard for me to process it. But him and Pillbox were kind of arguing. He didn't go ballistic on it, but he was. Go ahead.
You know what it comes down to, Michael?
What?
You know what it comes down to?
What?
I think we all have issues, and we can pick at each other and our issues and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, we all have issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and we're all interconnected too, right? So you're right. Mm-hmm. So, but I've never met anybody like Abel, and I told him that. I've met a lot of people in this life, and I've never ever met anyone like him. Now, Pillbox, oh my God, I've met many people in the business world that are like him. Many, many people. He's very. Go ahead.
What business? What type of business?
I've owned all kinds of businesses over the years, but mostly just retail outlets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he is just so driven. He is success focused. You can feel it when he talks, and he is a real lover of God. Like, I think it is. He is a Christian, right?
Yes, he's and specifically a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. So, can you explain that to me?
It means he thinks the Earth is like less than 10,000 years old.
Yeah, he believes the Earth's like 6,000 years old from Adam.
Yep. What do you think? How old do you think the world is, Nadia?
The world or the universe? Let's specify.
Okay, yeah.
The world is about 4.5 billion years old.
Okay, and the universe?
Not sure. I think around 13 billion.
Right. Yep.
Okay, so you've done a lot of study on this, John.
No, I haven't. I'm not. No, tell you the truth, no. I watch a lot of videos, listen to a lot of physicists, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, they all agree that pretty much it's 13 to 14 billion years old, the universe.
Okay.
But then again, time is an illusion anyway.
So Grant, I've been asking this question to everyone, and I've been getting a real mixed bag of answers. What is the most spiritual or emotional, maybe that's better for you, experience that you've had that you felt like connected to something larger than yourself? I think I changed that slightly, but that's why I have Brother John here. He can keep me on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, you totally changed that. You turned that from a question I couldn't possibly answer to a question I could answer really easily.
Oh, okay. Can you answer it after that then? Thanks. Okay, go ahead, Grant. I guess I'm evolving in my questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, all of my experiences that are going to fall into that sort of line are going to revolve around gardening, and they're not more of a, bigger than myself feeling as much as they are, connecting to the largeness of a thing, like the entirety of, life that's on the planet and how it all intermingles and stuff like that. Not so much as like something greater than me that I connect to physically or, emotionally.
Are you like a tree hugger?
No, I'm just a gardener.
Like when I'm in nature,
He's a total hippie. Don't buy that shit. He's a complete hippie.
I am not a hippie.
who's a hippie? The guy with the hole in his head, me or Grant?
I was talking about Grant, but you're a different kind of a hippie.
I'm a different kind of something. I know that.
Hey, Michael, this is why I wanted you in. I wanted you in the room the other day because this was the topic we had the other day, and you didn't show up. It was on spiritual experiences.
You know what? My family really needed me that day, and as much as you guys are my other extended family, they have to come first. So that day, I had to bow out.
We'll let it slide. We'll let it slide this time.
Well, I think the most angry I got you at me was the day my life was completely chaotic and I had to go, and you were like, you left the room without saying goodbye, and then I did it like 5 times, I think, and you were ready to kill me.
Yeah, and then you did it that day on the room. You opened. It was your room.
Yeah.
I was telling you about that. You just disappeared.
And I explained it to my wife, and I said, I started this thing with a couple people, and then people came in, and then there was like 5 people, and then I started talking to you guys. I came back, there wasn't one person left there, and then I jumped into another hangout, and they were like, I guess all hell broke loose, and I didn't leave them the controls of the ship, and now I'm in the muck, and they all laughed. They thought it was great.
I rarely ever say goodbye. I just, like, I'll sit here online with my online friends all fucking day, all fucking night until real life calls and it's like, hang up button. And, I gotta go do something else now. I have to get off my arse.
I guess it's
So,
like
Sky Daddy.
You know what I feel like? It's like if we all hung out at a restaurant, right? We're all around the table hanging out, and then you just get up and leave. That's how
but okay, no, right, there is that, but you have to picture this is a restaurant that we sit at these tables for 6 to 8 hours at a time, and we do it every day.
I don't do it every day, but yeah, and I don't do it for 6 hours. I would go absolutely stir crazy. Can you answer that question, Sky Daddy, if you don't mind, while I still have internet?
Yeah, I can answer the question, and I'd also like to say why it changed from a question I couldn't answer to a question I could.
Sure.
The first question was describe your best, favorite, or favorite spiritual experience. And I couldn't answer that because I don't know what the hell a spiritual experience is. But when you changed it, you said spiritual or emotional. And specifically, you changed it to where you felt part of something bigger than yourself. And that would be the day my son was born. Real easy like. When I became a dad, I realized I, wasn't just looking out for me anymore.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was. And I'm not going to smash my head or anything. None of that. Hey, G-Dubs. How you doing?
How you doing, Val, man? What's up, buddy?
I had a great time last night, even though I kept fading in and fading out, but I had a wonderful time. I tried to have a meaningful conversation with Pillbox, but that was part of my fault because my mic kept breaking up. But you did your best to be my translator, I guess.
It was great having you, man. You brought an interesting conversation to the Hangout, man.
Oh, I honestly have a couple points there. I thought I was overstepping my boundaries, but yeah.
One day, I'm gonna have a hangout with just me and you, and we're gonna have to talk.
Well, I told you it's not the same if I don't have John in there with us, right? Brother John. And then you said there was some crazy word. What was it yesterday? Too much awesome sauce or something? And I said, what? What is awesome sauce?
No, I said sauce? you're the awesome sauce boss, man.
No, well, that John was the awesome sauce. That's what you said.
No. You're the awesome sauce, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But no, it started off slow, but even when it was slow, it was kind of cool. And then I'm trying to figure out Abel. Like, I really like Abel, and I was trying to explain this to John, but when Abel talks, it's almost like he rattles my brain.
Yeah, Abel, he's
And I just want you to explain that to me, what it is. I don't know. And I felt like Pillbox was kind of attacking him.
What was the topic?
He goes into why blacks have low IQs. We have to kill all the bad people. Dumb people and all that.
Say what?
He's into eugenics. You know what that is, Mike?
No, not at all. I don't think I'm gonna like it. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna like it. Like, you're not joking, are you?
It's like a cleansing of the human race.
Well, they better start with me. There you go.
I really need a shower, I'll tell you that.
Thanks for sharing.
Is that as far as the cleansing goes? Is that what you mean?
Michael, you're still showering in the light of the Lord yourself?
They're up high clinic. I'll be happy.
Don't forget to wash behind your ears.
I like Michael's picture. He's just right in the sun, showering in the sunlight. I like that.
Yeah, by the pool. That was a great day. That was another great day. That was a long time ago, though, that picture. I've always liked that picture. It looks like I got a big hole in my head. I also like John's picture where it says "go deeper." Even though it's a little condescending, I like it. Now, last night, the one guy, Benny, is that his name? Drew that picture of me. That was funny.
Oh, you like that, Mike, huh?
Oh, I thought he did a good job, didn't you?
See, Sky Daddy left.
Go deeper.
Hey, Pedro, what's up? Pedro.
Hi, what's up?
How are you?
All right.
You ever have any spiritual experiences, Pedro?
Uh, I've had hallucinations, yeah.
Go deeper. Go deeper.
Deeper. He's
Hey,
like,
brother John, I've got the camera and everything working. How do I get it to go live?
you are live, buddy.
I
You
see
are
you
No,
live.
now.
We see.
no,
I
I,
see. I see your everlast reversed. You're in the pink kind of blue lighting. You're in the dark there.
no. I'm talking to brother John. I've opened up Minicam, and I've got the screens all up and running, and it's live there. But on the bottom of the screen, on the Minicam menu, it says on air, and it's not actually, the light hasn't come up to go on air. And I want how do I switch it on?
I don't have that option on air. I don't know what you're talking about. You're on
Oh,
camera.
you
You're
know, on
on
the
camera.
main picture on Minicam.
Yeah.
All right, there's that picture in the middle of the box where it's got a picture of a camera, and to the right of that there's another box that says on air.
What is Hangout? Is this? Is this the Manicam Help technical line or something?
Yeah.
And you know, like on the left, it's got a.
Okay, I got you now. I got you. Yeah. I see the on air button. Yeah.
All right, is yours coloured or is it grayed out?
It's green.
Okay, how do you switch it on?
You know what? I never even used that.
Because mine is grayed
I don't
out.
think the word colored is appropriate anymore. I think that's politically incorrect.
So I was wondering, like, how do I stream it to go live?
Dude, you're on live. I mean, your camera's on you. You know, we can see you.
No.
But
I know the camera's on me, but if I
you just muted yourself. Okay, come on.
see, mine's actually grayed out, so I can't actually transmit a picture, if you know what I mean.
Just click the button. Just click the settings and select your webcam. It's not that difficult, man.
So G-dubs.
Yo, Mike, what's happening, man?
Okay, we've asked several people this question. Some people have answered it in depth. Other people haven't. I guess I've changed it a couple times to make it more relevant for people who are atheists. But it's along the lines of, when is the last time you had a spiritual experience or an emotional experience that you felt like that you were in the presence of something larger than yourself and something that, you know, shook you emotionally?
I've never in my life had a religious experience.
Okay, you must have had emotional experiences where you felt overwhelmed, or, you know,
All the time.
in you know, in a moment of joy, or, you know.
I don't really. I mean, we're live. I mean, if you want to have a talk with me one day, sitting, you know, one-on-one, I'll talk about it.
Okay, I got you. So it wasn't the day that you met John May.
No, that I wouldn't consider that. Well, it was emotionally, sure.
It wasn't that euphoric moment. No.
Euphoric? Not necessarily. No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah. He seems to frustrate you less now.
No, there was no bromance going on.
Oh, we definitely got a bromance going on. Huge. Huge. He won't admit it, but that's okay. I'm in touch with my feelings. All right. But no, G-dubs, I've noticed recently with him that you seem more patient.
You know, sometimes I want to jump through my computer screen and strangle him.
Right.
You know, and sometimes I want to just hug him, but you know, it's just the way it is.
So he's kind of like a misguided brother?
Maybe like an older uncle, maybe. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe it's like the uncle that drinks too much. It's like he's one of them. One of the uncles that come to the party and he says all the bad things. You know what I mean, Mike?
Yeah. Yeah. But you know what? John May brings a lot of joy to my life. He actually makes me laugh. I'm having a bad day, and I'll just think of a couple of his sayings, and I'm right as rain again. So
Yeah, John May's cool. Like I said, some days I want to hug him, some days I want to strangle him.
yeah. See, where I find with brother John, he's more like a supportive brother to the room. Like the other day, fiction. Is it fighter? Fiction fighter. I always want to say fiction finder. She was about to dabble into some really super information, and he jumped in there and went, we're live. And I don't know, you have a level of integrity, Brother John, that's you don't see very much anymore. So I commend you for that.
Well, thank you, Mike. Just trying to look out. That's all. We good? Okay. I thought I lost a connection there for a second.
No, well, I'm still here too. It's kind of tough to tell with so few people having their video streams happen.
Can you go deeper with that? What that meant? Like that last statement you just said?
Me?
Yes.
Why you gotta go deeper? What are you talking
Yeah, you can't see people like moving in their video, so you can't tell if they're really there or if your connection went down or what.
Exactly.
Like, you should start saying, "Go wider, go wider."
All right. Here we go.
So, Mike, what's on the agenda for you, man, for today?
Tonight, I'm actually gonna link up with some friends in a little bit, and I'm gonna go for a nice long bike ride and get some exercise and maybe make
Oh, I
some
love bike riding, man.
Oh, when you get old like me, it's easy on the joints, right? So it's a great way to get your heart rate up, and yeah, it's nice. And and you're outside, and like Grant, I also like cutting the grass and doing a little gardening and getting connected to the source. That's always good too. But something about bike riding, I really like it. I hope I can keep doing it as I get into my rickety
Are you
stages.
just gonna cycle around the neighborhood, or are you going like mountain biking, or anything in particular?
Well, when I usually go, it's like, well, it's like 18 clicks, right? That's not 18 miles. I don't know what that would be. What would that be, like maybe 10 miles? So I ride about 10 miles out and ride about 10 miles back, and I usually regret riding 10 miles out on the way back. But yeah.
You could do 20. Man, that's pretty good.
Well, there's a guy that's a neighbor of mine, and he's almost 70 years old, and he rides like 60K. And he does it in like 3 hours or 3.5 hours. Like, that's incredible. I would be like done for days. Yeah, I think the most I've ever ridden in a day is like 35K, which I don't know, what would that be like? 20 plus mile? No, 20. I don't know what that is. It's a lot.
That was one of my favorite hobbies to do when I was younger, was ride my bike. Was usually the only thing I had to do for freedom. I enjoyed it.
Well, do you still ride?
Not really. I don't get out much.
You should, man. You should.
I
And
know.
when John May starts to drive you nuts, just go ride your bike for 3 or 4 miles as fast as you can, and then come back. Mute yourself, and
You know what? That sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
like if you get really emotional, people are starting to piss you off. Go ride your bike. Do you have a bike?
Yeah, I got a bike. Yeah.
Yeah. So is there a hangout later tonight, or is this one going to continue? Are all going to be still here when I come back later?
It seems like the past few days, me and brother John's been competing for ratings. It seems like. John, you doing a hangout tonight?
I'm not competing.
I'm busting your balls.
I didn't think of it. I didn't give it thought. We don't.
Well, go deeper, brother John.
Or
I
go
don't have,
wider?
I have no, usually if a topic comes to my mind, and I'll start a hangout, but nothing's happening.
So
Yeah,
what?
Reuven's going on vacation, so there might not be any hangouts.
Yeah, well, I know next couple weeks we there's a music fest going on nearby, and then I know I'm going to AC the following week. So yeah, August is gonna it's kind of like fun month. So I might not be around as much myself.
Sweet. Sounds good.
Sorry, I was on the phone. Did anybody ask me something? I'm sorry.
We were talking to you the whole time.
Yeah, we were saying, tell us about the meaning of life. Does going deeper really mean going wider? That was the other question.
Meaning of life, you can pick it up in a very short book called One Straw Revolution.
Okay, and the other question that was G-dubs was, does go deeper really mean go wider?
I have no idea.
Nor do I.
I mean, one straw revolution.
Yes, sir.
Got me interested.
It may seem like it's about farming, but it really is about how you look at things in life.
Now, in that garden of yours, do you grow marijuana?
Actually, I can't because cultivation of just one plant in Alabama carries a 5-year minimum mandatory sentence with no parole, no time off for good behavior, gets a stamp tax stacked on top of that, and a fine.
So you only have 5 plants then?
I have no illegal herbage in my garden.
That just does not seem right. Now, if you lived in California, it wouldn't be such a big deal, would it?
Half my garden would be pot if I was in California.
I would be your neighbor, and John would be my helper to help you pick. Right, John?
Most definitely.
We would be very hardworking, subservient. I don't know, help me.
So I have to ask, Michael, what's so appealing?
To marijuana?
Right.
I haven't done it for a long, long time.
It's honestly, it's one of those questions that nobody can answer to another individual. It's an experience that you can't describe. It just has to be, personally investigated.
Well, I've also had, in my younger days, some bad trips too, right? But anything that was grown in somebody's garden was always peaceful and mellow and, very spiritual. But then but nowadays, you never know what the heck someone's put on it, right? So you could end up having a really crazy ass trip, which is to me is why the reason I don't. But if it was legal and I could grow it in my garden, yeah, I would. I absolutely would. But you'll never see me. I don't really drink that much, and I don't smoke at all, like just normal cigarettes at all. I don't know. I really think, especially for people who are in pain, it is a miracle drug.
I agree. And I don't think it, puts you in a place like, oh, I can't function. I'm, not able to hang with a conversation. I'm not able to, do whatever it is I need to get done around the house or whatnot. I mean, obviously, there's more potent strands out there that are, in that realm. But I think on the average, most of the pot that most people smoke is just like a mood enhancer.
Any of you guys eat Tostitos?
No processed foods for me.
Good, because look what I'm doing to a Tostito right now. This thing is like a candle. That's what's in your Tostitos. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Now, is that from the oil that they're in?
I would say so.
Yeah. So they're a good fuel source if you're cold.
Hey, if you need a candle, light up a Tostito.
They say you can use Doritos
I like
to light a
baking.
fire.
Yeah, that would make sense. I would never even thought of doing that. What possessed you to do that, Brother John?
I did see I saw the thing on the Doritos, and I had a bag of Tostitos here, and I'm like, let me try to light up one of them, and sure enough, I'm not eating them now.
All right, I'm going to go for that bike ride. I will be maybe around later tonight. We'll have to see how things go, but it's been a really fun couple days, and I don't want anybody to be angry at me. But I am going to go, and it's nice that you've got a new system there, Nadia. I wish
Oh,
you.
thank you.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see you tonight. All right, and G Dubs
Okay.
It's
and
J
I don't.
Dubs. J Dubs.
He's God Dubs to me. He's raised in the ranks. All right.
Take care, Michael.
Bye bye.
Take care, man. I would be your biking buddy if I lived closer to you.
Then he's gone. John May, you still there, John May? No wonder it's quiet.
What, John's taking a break?
He started a Tostito fire and now his house is burning.
Probably trying to figure out Manny.
Burning. The cartridge, then I came. Where Cauldron, Unholy Love, sang all about my years. Okay. Yeah, Seth MacMullen is having trouble getting in.
Who?
Seth MacMullen.
Oh, and someone must have him blocked. I don't have him blocked. I only have one person blocked.
Well, how many Middle Easterners expose themselves to you when they show up here? It makes a big difference in your total block count.
Hey, Peter, what's going on, man? What's happening? You there, Peter?
Sappho, Peter,
Hey,
how's it going?
oh, good.
Yeah, work?
No.
Baby Jesus calling you. You gotta pick up.
David, what?
Baby Jesus.
You know what's funny?
is calling.
Just, he only rang once. I don't know who was that.
You missed it. It was Jesus Christ. He was gonna help you out.
It sounds kind of messed up, but alright.
Dubs, you have Reuven's asking if you have Seth blocked.
I don't think so. I might not. I don't know.
Well, you're kind of a big roadblock to regular participants in the great debate discussions and such.
No, I just have usually subhuman garbage blocked. That's usually just it.
Well, it's not me.
And yeah, so you're calling me subhuman garbage.
Well, I mean, I didn't have Peter blocked. Peter was able to get in here just fine.
So you're calling me subhuman garbage.
And you're calling Peter subhuman garbage, huh? What is subhuman?
He says he only has subhuman garbage blocked.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, you
I don't have Brother
rather
John
routinely block me out.
blocked.
How am I
Grandpa.
subhuman garbage?
I don't have Jello blocked. That's peculiar.
Well, of course, there's no question because you're not asserting that they are subhuman garbage. Yet you're asserting that I am subhuman garbage.
Well, Nadia, I mean, you even referred to yourself as that, so it's not even a discussion.
Really? Does that have to do with views of the origin of humanity in the universe, or?
No, not my views. Whenever you're in a room, you're always talking about how you're a freak and you're fucking this and you're fucking that. So you even agree. So what's the problem?
Well, those statements are complaints about how I'm being treated.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll wait for the next episode and we can all watch you put a knife to your throat and kill yourself or whatever. It's fine, whatever.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, John May, what's going on?
You want me to tell you the truth, or do you want me to tell you a lie?
Lie first and the truth.
I went out to water the garden.
Okay, truth.
I went for a big bubbly shit.
Are you watching Young and the Restless there, Grant?
That is the official new that's the new background music for any drama that comes up.
To be fair, it already came too late. Because, drama already started.
Where did everybody go? Where's Michael? Who booted him?
I had to go on a bike ride.
Okay. Because I needed some spiritual healing there.
What's the
Yellow's still here.
What's the matter, John? What's the matter?
I've got lots of problems.
Okay.
My head hurts.
Well, were you drinking?
Well, yeah, but what does that associate with a head hurt?
You mean head hurt like headache?
Yeah.
Well, it does, because you get dehydrated when you're drinking alcohol.
Yeah, I just can't I can't work that out. I really can't, because
I'm gonna give you
is hydrating.
I'm gonna give you a little secret, John.
All right, tell me the secret. I'm listening.
Before you go to bed, if you've been drinking, have a couple of glasses of water.
Oh yeah, no, I used to try that, and I can't get to sleep after I do that. And I've done that about a dozen times, and it's the same shit. And I went, the water after drinking keeps me awake, and I actually can't get to sleep. And I'm going, what the fuck's going on?
What kind of water are you drinking?
Oh, fucking salt water. What do you think?
Oh, caffeinated water or something.
No, I'm drinking dehydrated water.
My mic working, y'all?
Oh.
We can't hear you.
No, Sky, we still can't hear you.
We don't hear you.
All right, here's the thing. Fiction thinks that I was the one muting her. That has to be what she thinks.
Are you discerning that from the 25 posts out there?
I mean, yeah. Well, I'm not discerning that from what actually happened because I didn't mute her once there at the end.
I
That
mean, who
was,
cares? I mean, it's everyone always complaining about being muted. Don't act like an animal. People won't mute you. It's
no,
that simple.
no, that's the thing though. She was being muted by someone besides me because she was hollering over while people were talking. She
Right.
she thought I was just fucking with her and muting her. That's why she kept coming back and yelling at me. Only it was her yelling that was getting her muted. I
Okay.
didn't understand why she was yelling at me, and whoever was muting her didn't mention why. And so now she thinks that I was fucking with her, and that's why she got kicked out. And now she's just like gonna hate me forever. And there's no way that I can talk her into believing otherwise. You know what I mean? Like I'm the bad guy now, and there's nothing I can do about that. It's a misunderstanding. If you're watching this video, Freedom, Friction, it's a misunderstanding. That's
No,
all.
no, there's no
what happened.
misunderstanding. You did it. You're guilty.
You dickhead.
Yeah, you got the fucking keys of the room. You decided to fucking mute, and then you booted her out.
Okay, listen, here's a little tutorial. If Fiction is still listening. When she's muted, a little blue box comes up right on the screen and tells you who muted you.
Yeah, and it wasn't me. I promise it wasn't me. Last night, it was all me. No one else was doing it but me. But
Sky
today,
Daddy,
this
relax.
morning, I did not do it
Is
once.
she listening right now? Is she listening right now?
Yes.
I hope so. I hope she's listening to me telling her I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but I didn't do it.
Well, Fiction.
Tell it to the judge. You did do it.
Okay, no, see.
No.
There's a million people in jail who say I didn't do it.
And of course, what's going through her mind right now is, of course, I'm going to say I didn't do it. So, I mean, that's why I say there's no way I'm going to be able to talk her out of it.
Hey, Jello, get yourself a lawyer.
Do you have a guess who mute? Sorry, mute. Ah, damn, I had it in my head. Sorry. You know who muted and blocked her out?
What?
Yeah. Who?
Does Jello know who muted the person you're talking about, and then kicked her out?
I don't know who, no.
I know who muted her. Okay, I know Reuven muted her at least once. I muted her at least once. There might have been another third time, and then Reuven, since it's his room and he has the controls, kicked her out. You know, she kept going booty, 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 booty over everybody, and didn't get the point after 3 times.
Yeah, she thought she was messing with me because she thought I was messing with her. I wasn't.
All right, we got that already. All right, we got it. Let's move on.
Sorry.
Just get yourself a good lawyer.
And cue the music, Grant.
Get yourself another lawyer, DC, and I fucking get on to him. Playing music, that's a criminal offense.
I think, you know what I want to do? I want to take a G-Man video where he's complaining and put that music as a bed underneath.
I'm telling you, I put it on a loop, and it played for 2 hours while I read that entire thread in that just from the other Hangout. It was hilarious. It was so appropriate.
Oh man, if I find the time, I got to do that. Or maybe I'll get if I can get a couple people who are, I'll even take a clip from this Hangout right now with Sky Daddy. Funny. That is funny. So anyway, what's going on, Sappho?
I gotta figure out how to make the eye move. I have to make a GIF out of my icon.
You do GIFs?
I can try to.
Okay. Have you done any?
I'm trying.
No, but I think for me it will be easier to figure out.
Why is that?
Oh no, I think I'm fast to learn about the mechanics of gifts.
If you find some good program for that, like something like pretty simple, let me know.
Will GIP work? You heard?
No, I didn't hear you. Broke up.
Did I really? Okay.
Yeah, something GIMP work? I don't know. GIMP. Ah. GIMP. I'm assuming GIMP thanks. GIMP.com.
It's it says GIMP 2, so you might want to put that because I'm not sure what might come up if you put a GIMP.com.
All right, I'll go to GIMP. Okay. Okay. Looks like download CNET has it. I like CNET. That's a good site if you want to download. It's safe.
Who's Pedro?
I don't know. I think this is only the second time I've seen him in a room.
Did he say anything?
Not much. I asked him about spiritual experience. He said he had hallucinations, and that's as far as we went.
Are you there, Pedro? I guess not. He's more silent than me. All right.
Oh, I'm here. I just got muted.
Oh, okay. So what's your story?
Like what?
No, I meant like I guess say something about yourself.
Uh, I'm I'm a substitute teacher down here in upstate New York.
What subject do you like? What subject do you like to teach?
Math.
Awesome.
How far out of state are you?
About 50 miles from New York City.
Yeah, I think I was well, back in 2003 or so, stopped by IBM's Yorktown Heights for a few months.
Oh.
So I've seen a little bit of the area. Maybe not quite as far as seen.
Yeah.
Did everybody get muted or
No.
so Reuven, are you able to bring up a topic?
radio topic. In Alabama today, or this week, I should say, one of our senators has stated that the EPA has no right to put limits on how much coal is burned in our state because God gave us the coal and man shouldn't put limits on it, on its usage.
Oh, now if we can only apply that to marijuana.
You know, that would be my counter argument. I think they had the same argument in Arizona about, well, a similar argument about disposing of, the used spent fuel rods. They said that, the earth has been here for 6,000 years and it's not going to pass away until, God's promise has been fulfilled. So we don't need to worry about what we do to the earth. So their argument for natural resources and storage of hazardous material was also based on, biblical items. It's a disturbing trend from the government, I think.
Did you guys hear about the Satanic Temple that is getting an abortion exception?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. They're going to use the Hobby Lobby decision.
Yes. I think they're if I read that right, and I only briefly glanced at it, they're making it so that groups are not allowed to bring anti-abortion propaganda and something about altering the laws of informed consent. I think it just gets crazy out there, whether it's atheists or religious people or whatever, when they start getting involved in, government activities in general. I think that needs to just stay secular.
Atheist is secular.
Yes, but I don't know how to phrase that properly.
No, I think you said it fine.
Government should say
Secular.
Go ahead.
Well, I say secular because it is respective of all religious as well as the atheists, which are anti-religious or non-religious.
Yeah, non-religious is better.
Yeah, but you can't get some religious exemptions. They just don't need any. You don't need them in.
Oh, I agree with you. It would be the same thing as saying, well, all of my customers, since I'm a Muslim and my institution is now a religious entity, my corporation is a person and has religious rights. So if you come and shop in my store as a woman, you must wear a burqa. What difference is there between that?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. The founding fathers were so hostile to religion, and they put in the separation in church and state. It's worked out, but yeah, there's some loopholes they still need to close. I didn't agree with that Hobby Lobby decision at all.
I think that whole problem stems from the fact that they allow corporations to be people.
Yeah, we should get rid of that.
I would agree. I don't think that a corporation has a right to vote, and I don't think a corporation has a right to, fund a candidate because that corporation obviously has a greater voice than you or I do as an individual when it comes to how loud it can talk in dollars.
Yeah.
Hello, Cerberus.
Hey, Cerberus.
Hello.
Oh, you throw me off with your icon. I'm so used to the other one. Now, with that Hobby Lot now, from what Hobby Lobby didn't want to pay into the healthcare system because it was supporting abortions, right? And it goes against their religious beliefs, correct?
Yes. In the end, what it came down to was who was actually going to pay for the treatment. If you work there, you still have access to all the drugs, all the treatments, and everything else. What it came down to is Hobby Lobby pays or the insurance company pays.
Just seems they don't have a grasp of biology.
I
Yeah, I'd
actually, it
say
seems like
they're.
they have a grasp of biology, and that's the problem.
Yeah, well, their moral stance was that the drugs apparently or devices that they didn't want involved in their insurance was things that they would consider. I can't remember what the actual term is, but has to do with abortion, like the day after pill or IUD or things along that line. But in fact, they're one of the things that came out to be odd as opposed their retirement package actually has investment in those pharmaceuticals as well. So on one hand, you're going to say we don't want anything to do with this, but our retirement is kind of hinging on it.
Yeah, I'm at a loss for how the retirement factors in. Is this what is it? HRT for menopause?
What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
The retirement doesn't fit in very obviously. Is it HRT for menopause?
I don't know.
I would have to look into more
Yes?
of
No?
that.
I don't have any idea, honestly.
You're on about Hobby Lobby, is it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Pedro, you're gonna have to mute your microphone unless you talk because we're getting echo.
All right.
What are you talking about? I am muted.
No, I said Pedro.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I see what it does now. Yeah, it's the 401k plans investments.
Yes.
I put the link in the text chat. Yeah, Hobby Lobby is obviously should be boycotted out of business.
I don't think anybody should be forced to pay health care. To me, it's the bottom line. And that's pretty much what Obamacare is doing, no? I mean, if you don't pay into the system, you're getting fined. It shouldn't
Well,
be that way.
the payment structure is obviously not the best. Should clearly just be run with taxes.
So then, who do you think should pick up the bill on all the poor people or people that are out of work or just people that don't have the funds or anything like that when they go to have medical procedures? I'm just curious.
The rich and those who do.
I would justify it with they want to be called job creators. If they're not making enough jobs, then they have to pay the price.
At some point, let's just say that we just went ahead and tacked that onto the rich people, and it would essentially become like a tax. Yes? X amount of dollars for medical treatments going out gets attached to your wages and whatnot. At some point, do you think those people are going to start thinking about looking to moving out of America?
And that's when you put other things in place that makes it not worthwhile.
They don't want to contribute to the country. They shouldn't live here.
Because I mean, they sell their products in other places where they make significantly less money on them. It's not like they can't do it here. They just don't want to.
Oh, I understand that. I'm just saying, there's got to be a line that you draw somewhere. You can't just say, well, we're just going to take X amount of medical treatment dollars and spread it out amongst X amount of earners over this amount of money and see what happens.
Yeah, that's why I'm for making the government in charge of healthcare prices. Because a lot of these other countries where the healthcare system's in charge, if you want to raise your prices significantly, you have to negotiate with the government to get that money out of them.
Okay, I'm with you on that. To me, that's healthcare reform is actually, getting the actual prices of the medical, procedures and all of that crap down to a reasonable level. It's not just, adjusting insurance to cover it. I think it's ridiculous what we charge for stuff. I'm 100% with you on that.
Well, the fact is private sector has no business in insurance.
Then they'll probably just reduce their donations to that party. It seems like anything that the government's going to guarantee any kind of payment, the prices always go up. It happens in healthcare. It's happening in student loans, because these companies know that loans are guaranteed. They think it's a right for them to raise their rates, and these probably the same people who are they're lobbying these political parties. But me, I think the government should just be out of it totally. Let the free market reign.
Isn't that kind of what took us to the most expensive healthcare rates out there? I'm not sure on that. I'm just asking.
I'm not sure either.
Well, not directly. Like, the whole system started like that, which led to other things being put in place, which is where it led us to where we are now.
Yeah, I don't have a historical perspective on that, so I can't even speak accurately to it.
I don't know about specifically healthcare, but generally what happens is eventually someone gets enough money to start making laws in their favor, and then they have the laws in their favor, and then you get these little niches like that where they can do whatever they want, regardless of whether the people want to pay it or not.
Yeah, we see that happening pretty commonly. Who's in charge of the FCC? Who's in charge of USDA? Who's running all these organizations? Oh, people from those industries.
Yeah, essentially taking all the teeth out of the watchdogs.
Yeah, who's been the treasurer, right, of the United States for the last few presidents? Former executives of Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan or whatever.
Well, for me, it's pretty clear that The private industry has no business insurance, actually of any kind, not just medical. The incentives of business are too perverse to really allow them to operate.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Did you say it's cheaper for the government to do it?
Not just cheaper, but so the incentives for private industry are too perverse to really allow them to do it.
Okay, I agree. There's a reason why we don't let the government do certain businesses, because no one can compete with them. It's obviously cheaper.
The reason goes the other way. Private industry shouldn't be allowed insurance of any kind.
I think some of the drawbacks to the private industry that are being moved, to the back shelf are kind of interesting, though, at least in the progress that they have made, like with pre-existing exit conditions, things insurance companies didn't want to cover before, and all of those things are now, they're not taboo anymore. Okay, I put up a topic. It got played to death. Do you have anything you'd like to throw into the ring there for discussion, Cerberus? On anything?
I'm about ready to take my DMT trip in like 3 days.
Ooh. I am curious to hear back from you on that.
Any questions you think I should think about when I do it?
No, I no. The questions that I do want to ask are for afterwards, and I don't want to ask beforehand because I don't want you going in thinking about any of that stuff.
Okay, this time I have a. I'm going to try to get my father's digital recorder.
Yeah.
So I can talk at it.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's a very short trip, is it not? Like 8 minutes or less than 8 minutes?
When you smoke it, I usually smoke enough to last just shy of about 30 minutes. But
Yeah, sure.
it's usually like a lunchtime, somewhere between 15 and 20.
Gotcha.
I would drink the tea, but I don't have enough time in the day to sit around for like 8 hours. Another 8 hours on top of being in here.
I hear ya. Yeah, that's one of those things I was always curious about, the DMT experience, but never really had the urge to try it.
I think it's
I don't
great.
think I've tried.
Oh, go ahead, Nadia.
I don't think I've tried those drugs.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, there isn't a chemical addiction. I mean, other than because your brain already has it. But I do keep it down to twice a year, once right after New Year's and once right before my birthday.
I hope so. It's pretty pricey, isn't it?
No, I make my own.
Really?
It's a very simple chemistry process. It's even on YouTube. That's actually where I first started looking into it, how to make it. There's like an acid, a light acid bath at some point, and I forget the chemical that he used. But it only costs me about I'll say somewhere between 150 and $200 to make like 100 doses. I don't need 100 doses. I usually just give them away.
Cool beans.
100 doses of what? I just got back.
Oh, DMT.
Ooh. Send me a couple.
I don't know if I want to start sending that shit through the mail.
Do FedEx or you don't want you don't want to go federal, so you want to avoid the post office.
I'll think about it. I'll see if I can. I don't know how. I know the federal. I know the U.S. Postal Service actually does random checks with like dogs and shit. I don't know if a dog can smell DMT.
What's it made out of? Like what does it? Oh, yeah.
Actually, oh, fuck. It's a really long word. It's 3 major chemicals. Sometimes it has 4 oxygens attached.
Mm.
Now, that's associated with the pineal gland or something, isn't it?
Yeah, your pineal gland makes it.
Doesn't it make, is a component of like when you dream and when you die?
Yeah. When you dream, you get a heavy dose, and when you die, you get a really heavy dose.
Melatonin, isn't it? The pineal gland makes melatonin.
Your pineal gland makes lots of things.
Yeah, okay.
But it's also made in your intestines, too. And
Yeah, it's what gives you that deeply moving spiritual experience when you're dying. That broken brain produces an overdose of chemicals that says it's okay, some weird shit's gonna happen, and then the lights are going out.
Yeah, they associate the pineal gland with the third eye, where you get that awareness. They say, the higher consciousness, that connection. They say that's where it stems from.
I think it's probably because there used to be some people that would dig out the brains of dead guys and smoke their brain.
It smokes some pineal, man.
Yeah, it seems weird that they knew exactly where it came from.
It is quite amazing, though. I mean, this thing's like the size of what, a grain of rice, and does all this shit. It's amazing.
No, the pineal gland's bigger than that.
Is it? I
Yeah.
heard. It was the size of a grain of rice. Someone said.
I have to look up to see.
Yeah, no, I have to look too.
Yeah, there aren't too many TV dramas where the surgical team determines that there's a problem with his pineal gland.
Yeah, size of a grain of rice, 5 to 8 millimeters.
Well, yeah, I guess that's not very big. I always seen it pointed to a structure underneath the. Fuck. I'm too tired to think of the parts.
It produces melatonin, a serotonin-derived hormone that affects the modulation of sleep patterns in both seasonal and circadian rhythms.
Melatonin and serotonin, that's what kind of wakes you up and puts you to sleep, yes?
Yeah.
So let's say somebody were to take that out. What would happen? What would I wouldn't be able to do? You know,
You die.
right off the bat.
Your brain would fill up with glial cells from not having any way to dump the trash.
How many functions does this thing have? Hello?
Well, it has a few, but it's a. Well, I guess the pineal gland's really small. Like if you took out the whole section that the pineal gland's a part of, you're removing a major connection from your spinal column to the rest of your brain.
Well, I meant just that tiny rice, gland. So I won't be able to sleep. What else would I won't be able to do?
Wake up if you fell asleep somehow.
Oh, okay. Anything else?
You're right.
I mean, at that point, everything.
You're right. It does produce DMT as well. Yeah. It says here.
You probably wouldn't be able to dream either.
Yeah, I don't know if it produces it directly. I think DMT is a chemical mixture from something that it mixes. But
Yeah, this doctor. No, I'm sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
go
this
ahead,
doctor. Yeah, I'm sorry. The Dr. Strassman says it plays a role in the production of it. Probably not directly, but he says it plays a role. He's speculating that it plays a role. Should I say?
And then there's the Joe Rogan fan club that will point out that in reptiles, the pineal gland has an eye lens.
Is that true? I know they have, like, on many kinds of lizards, they have a separate set of eyes that are basically just able to sense light or heat, which determines, I forget what it determines, how much energy they're going to need so they can figure out how much heat to absorb before, culling it a night, something along those lines. But I didn't know if they were actually connected to like a pineal gland.
I have no idea. I never bothered to check that fact because I don't really know how much that pertains to how much I care.
I follow.
Yeah, the pineal gland is not one of my biggest concerns.
Oh God, I'm never going to find this fact because there's so much woo-woo on the internet.
I remember when this fad first started, and there was the biggest relevant factor was there were two basic types, and that was all the information was limited to. And one of them you could get basically, I forget, you could distill it all the way down from like grass if you knew the proper way to do it, but it wasn't the same as this particular chemical that the brain created, which was a much more enriched experience. That's all I remember from the beginning.
Where there's the 4-oxy kind, which you which you get from certain plants, and then obviously the better experience is the ones where you get just the DMT. But yeah, I remember hearing about people like cooking down giant vats of log trimmings.
Yes.
Giant vats, what?
Yeah, they would get like giant old like black crock pot like fireplace things, and they would just cook down giant vats of like lawn grass. I don't know how successful that was, but it was apparently a lot of work.
I would think that would be an interesting drug to use for somebody that comes into the emergency room that just has all kinds of serious issues going on at the same time. Inject them until they get the WTF experience.
Yeah, that's kind of me. Yeah.
Forget all about your problems for a while the doctors are doing their deal.
So, Reuven, you really need to get like a list of topics so we won't have dead air.
Why? I like it like this. Okay, apparently it doesn't have a lens, but it has something similar to like a retina, but kind of like it's an invertebrate retina, like an octopus.
You're talking about the eye on a lizard?
No, the human pineal gland. I haven't found the lizard thing other than like quotes from Joe Rogan.
Okay, wait, the gland has a retina?
I guess so. That's what this is saying.
What's the source?
A terrible, terrible source. I would be ashamed to tell you. It's Yahoo Answers.
Get out of here, dude.
I'm surprised they use Cerberus.
I'm sorry, like the internet's full of like new age woo woo and like Joe Rogan quotes on this subject, so I can't find anything.
I know. I looked at some of that stuff too. They even try to connect something with, since the pineal gland is shaped like a pine cone, and how, I don't know, some with the Catholic Church has these structures outside some of the church, I think in the Vatican or something, shaped like pine cones, and this is supposed to be the key to awareness or some shit like that.
Well, the structure the pineal gland's a part of, like the superstructure, looks kind of like a pine cone. I don't know if it has like the ridges, but it's that general shape. But Hermes' staff has it at the top, and I think that's what they're referring to.
Yes.
You know, Hermes' staff with the thing at the top. It couldn't possibly be a jewel or anything. It has to be a part of the human brain.
It's wild. I'm looking at these pictures of sliced up brain, and it looks like cauliflower.
Yeah, here's an article. I'm actually looking in Wikipedia where it says can't even pronounce that word, and many non-mammalian vertebrates have a strong resemblance to the photoreceptor cells of the eye. Some evolutionary biologists believe that the vertebrate pineal cells possess a common evolutionary ancestor with retinal cells. So I think they're saying there's a common ancestor to the beginning of the retina.
See, you gotta smack Joe Rogan. He knows enough just to say all the wrong things.
I gathered that from time to time. Like I actually saw him on a show, and he had Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever on there, and he was getting smacked around by him on the whole moon hoax thing.
No, I like him. He takes no shit from no one, and he does it with a smile. I wonder though. I mean, if you could, would you sense it if you could somehow put a light in front of it in some way? I mean, if it has something really similar to retina cells, you'd think they would be stimulated by light.
Yeah, I don't know if it actually is or not. I'm just looking up here, and they're talking about the difference in the how they believe in some vertebrates exposure to light can set off a chain reaction of enzymatic events with the pineal gland that regulates circadian rhythms. Some early vertebrate fossil skulls have a pineal opening. This correlates with the physiology of modern living fossils like lampreys and tortuga and some other lizards that have a parietal eye, which in some of them is photosensitive. So that's why I was saying I know that some of these things now actually exist as kind of an eye that's light sensitive, but it's no longer related to the function of the pineal gland. But it definitely does appear they had a common ancestor. I don't know if that would be light sensitive or not, if it was developed enough. I would certainly argue that it would be sensitive to something, some kind of stimulus, if it had an opening for it.
I'm reading here. It apparently also has a small portion to play in walking. Like, I guess it has something to do with like some level of spatial awareness.
The pineal gland.
Yeah.
No idea. No idea. On the subject of walking, though, I understand that walking isn't even a natural experience. You have to be trained to walk from a baby. And from what I understand, if you're a baby and you're blind, you will never walk unless somebody actually gets you into the process of standing you up and teaching you to walk. It's just natural to crawl on four legs.
Well, it's
Are you calling
certainly.
my arms legs?
Well, I'm just saying, no, I'm not calling them that by any means, but for the purpose of the what the study showed.
Well, it would be easier on the back.
Show me your sources, Grant.
I read it such a long time ago. I'm sure you could just Google the basics and you'd find the studies that show that. And yes, I agree with the on the back.
I agree with Grant. I'm even surprised some people can even know how to turn on the computer and come into a Google Hangout.
Hey, Joseph, how you doing, man?
Pretty good. Sorry, I was preoccupied.
Well, Joseph, if you're gonna be in the Hangout, you gotta give us your undying loyalty. So you have to put down whatever you're doing.
Yeah, she's coming here.
And you have to have shown up with a topic.
Well, I'll think of one. Nadia, did you get your new computer?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can see you and hear
that's
you
why.
much better. Awesome.
Yep, it does. Working hardware does wonders.
So Grant,
Sir.
something's wrong with that study. So because sooner or later they will feel something funny, because they will feel their feet will feel the ground. So they'll be like, what's the point of this feet? So sooner or later, one they have to like get up. One they have to use their feet.
I don't know. To be honest, I didn't pay that much attention. I just read, cursory, flew through, light reading material. Oh, interesting, 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 and then, moved on to the next piece of news. I didn't learn anything in there well enough to argue it by any extent. It I believe it was a part of a collection of things that were just revolving around learned behaviors. If I'm not mistaken, they were also talking about, what was it? Oh yeah, Coco. I forget if it's an orangutan
Gorilla.
or an
Gorilla.
a gorilla. Okay,
Gorilla.
Coco. Gorilla. They taught her sign language, and so she can communicate very effectively with her handlers and stuff. And one of the first things that she asked for was a kitten. So they gave her a kitten, and she basically kept the kitten as her pet. One day, somewhere in her little deal, she tore a sink out of the wall or something like that. And they asked Coco what happened, and she blamed it on the kitten.
All right. Now I was coming to the reasoning because I was imagining if the test had like a group of blind people who can like probably survive like their own world.
I don't know, but I'll tell you what, that raises up another interesting documentary I watched on a family, and I want to say it's either Pakistan or Afghanistan or Turkey. I'm not sure which, but they all live on like four-legged. They have some kind of developmental gene issue or something, but they all get around on walk on all fours, as it were. So I think you can function. I just think it's much more difficult because obviously, we made our, modern conveniences set up for people that stand upright.
Knees and elbows or hands and feet? Like
hands and feet.
Like, oh, okay. So they're not really they're crawling like uh as though they're cats, but they're not crawling like as a baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure if from the blind baby portion, if the natural evolution there was to go hands and feet from the crawling position or to stay in crawling. I honestly couldn't tell you which that was.
You got a topic, Joseph?
Not yet.
You don't mind if I call you Joe, right?
I don't mind.
All right.
There's a link for the that family that basically walks on all fours. If anyone's interested in saving that for later.
It would seem to me that we evolved to actually walk because you have to hunt and you have to forage for stuff.
From what I understand, and I could be way off on this, it's actually bad for our back as well as some of our organs standing upright.
Don't forget gorillas.
Okay.
They sure they don't walk on like. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, they work on all fours. I guess because they have to.
Yeah, their environment they kind of need that, especially when they're up in a tree or anything like that.
Okay, the 4-hour ceasefire in Gaza. Well, they got 4 hours into the ceasefire in Gaza. At which point, Gaza militants fired 27 rockets today into Israel.
Of course.
Yeah, bring them here. That's what I say, Cerberus. Bring them over here. Let them start shooting rockets into our buildings.
Oh God! Like, I mean, Israel's eventually going to bring down the hammer. You can only poke the bear so long before it stops giving a fuck.
Sorry, I'm laughing as like how long the dead air was going. Well, at least it's not some precept, argument going on for like a long time. Did anybody hear that?
Yes. What's going on a long time?
The dead air.
Oh yeah, it's been rough in here.
Sorry about that. I'm distracted.
Did anybody hear what I said?
I heard you, Peter. What's up?
I'm still not. Well, there wasn't a theme to this room as far as topic. Also, I came in here and I still don't know if there was a general topic being discussed. So I've just been trying to throw things out there. And we're still waiting on Joseph to bring us a topic now. So we're just all going to be silent until you throw something at us, Joseph. Don't feel any pressure, though.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a bit. Wife's got dinner up for me.
Lucky you.
I'm just playing, Joseph.
Take care, Brother John.
Yeah, I'll stay. I'm gonna stay. I'll just stay logged in a room. I shouldn't be that long.
What's a good introduction for a dating site here?
What's a good introduction for what?
A
For a
dating
dating
site. Yeah.
I mean, depends on where you're going. I would love to see you make a page on ChristianMingle.com.
Oh, I'd get booted from there so fast.
I'm trying to find the information about this ceasefire and everything. I've looked through 3 articles so far, and it seems like Israel was the one that actually did a strike. I'm not seeing where they're saying the Palestinians launched any rockets.
Just go to Google News. It says here that the 27 rockets that was shot at Israel was in retaliation for the UN school getting bombed, which happened a few days ago.
I thought the school got hit today.
I might have. I heard of the school getting hit a few days ago.
I thought it was a hospital that got hit a few days ago.
Yeah, the school got hit today.
Then I don't know. I have to read more.
I'm looking through Google News, and still the articles that I find are saying that Israel shelled them, killed 15 Palestinians. I'm not seeing anything about the rockets.
I have to be honest. I'm on Reuven's side. School in quotes, like as if education actually happens there.
It's just the first article that pops up for me. I don't know how you're not.
So I went to Google News, and the left-hand side, top stories, Gaza Strip. Clicked on that, and 3 hours ago, carnage at UN school as Israel pounds Gaza Strip.
Oh, no, they're definitely fighting them now. I didn't click on top or Gaza Strip or top stories. It's just it was on the front page. It's like the 4th story down, 3 below Obama's face.
Oh, how technology is intensifying Gaza war?
No, it says Israel 4-hour ceasefire for parts of Gaza ends as Palestine claim strike hits.
I don't even see it. Why am I not seeing
It depends on the links that you clicked on before. It's prioritized individually for each user. You're not going to get the same stuff.
That's kind of lame.
Oh yeah, okay. Here they're claiming that Israel struck a public marketplace, so they launched their rockets.
Yeah, just bring the people of right, Reuven. Just bring the Palestinians over here. We'll take them. We're taking all the people from South America and stuff. Bring them here. We'll take them.
I mean, okay, there's no proof that Israel did it, although I would suspect there to be proof if Israel did it. But it seems out of character so far for Israel just to bomb populated areas without some sort of warning.
Well, did they send a text message out first? They usually send a text message before they do something like that.
Well, it's like a text message, and then they drop leaflets, and then they shoot off a very small bomb that explodes in the air to warn people that it's coming.
You gotta believe that's completely counterproductive.
Well, the idea is you want enough time for the people to leave, but you don't give them enough time to move all the munitions. So there's like, I guess they figured out some sort of window to how long they have the warning for.
You would think they also have enough time to, send like a retext, to respond to the text message. No, we decided we're going to put up a white flag. We'll surrender. No bomb, please. You know what I mean? You'd think if they actually cared, they would send that,
I just have trouble with any news organization. I can't discern what's real or factual or propaganda anymore. I mean, it's not like we have a news organization out there that's just interested in bringing unbiased news.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean, Grant? If you got a text message, Grant, and someone said, "I'm going to kill you," I mean, what would you do? Would you respond a text message back? Would you reciprocate? Don't kill me?
If somebody was texting me that they were going to kill me,
Yeah.
I
What
would,
would you do?
I would hunt them down.
But let's say you don't want to die, or let's say you don't want to fight. What would you do?
That's exactly why I would hunt them down.
Oh, okay. I took that to mean like you're gonna hunt them down and like slit their throat or something.
Yeah, pretty much. Anybody threatening to kill me, I'm not going to leave that individual wandering around out in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess I don't know. I guess Israel has it coming then. I guess. Yeah.
As far as the situation over there, I don't have an answer. I don't. I really don't. I don't know who's right, who's wrong, or anything over there. I mean, if you look into the history of the situation, you get mixed accounts depending on the source. It's just all murky, and it's mixed up in real estate, and it's mixed up in politics. It's mixed up in religion. There's just so many levels of crap that are going on over there that's it's hard to discern any easy answer out of that situation that isn't fair to everybody.
Let's do it like this. This is going to be a little condescending, so I apologize ahead of time.
Sure.
What does a good parent do when he has two children fighting over the same thing for an extended period of time?
Take it away.
There you go. No one gets it. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, and a lot of people, and I'm not speaking for myself, but I do hear a lot of people that are falling into that. Jesus Christ, I wish somebody would nuke the whole frickin' territory, and then we wouldn't have to deal with it for the next 200 years.
Oh, you're talking about the John May situation. Okay, I hear.
I hear that a lot. Is all I'm saying. It's not just John May and his specific viewpoint. It's that whole it's been going on since what 1948. There's no end in sight. It's been this long, and I don't know if there ever is going to be an end that both parties are going to be happy with.
I like my particular method. We send everyone over there with shovels. We dig out the whole area, let the ocean fill it in, and call it Lake America.
I mean, honestly, if there was if you could just say, here, you take this, here, you take this, call this a country, call this a country, play nice with each other, stop being in my fucking daily news cycle, I would be a happy camper.
I don't know. Reuven's gonna have to help me out. I mean, Reuven. I mean, don't the Palestinians and the Israelis don't they believe in like 99% of the same shit? I mean, you would think, let's just team up. Let's just fucking double team these fucking assholes. You know what I mean? Let's.
Yeah, but they both want control of certain key areas, so.
Why don't they just, you take over for 2 days, I'll take over the next 2 days. You know what I mean? We'll split it. You know what I mean?
If it were only that simple.
You take the first 2 weeks of each month, I'll take the last 2 weeks of each month.
I think the only other option to make it quit is for everyone else in the world just to like turn around and not look for like a good 6 months and let whatever happens.
Reuven says the Muslims will ban the Jews from setting foot near the sites as they have done for 1,000 years. What do you mean by the sites? You mean like holy places? Rachel's tomb. Where's Rachel's tomb located? Tomb of the Patriarchs. Where's that located?
Didn't those sites only come into existence like during the Crusades and just slightly previous to the Crusades? I mean, obviously some of them have been there a little older, but I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, the Willing Wall's been there for a really long time.
Didn't the Muslims just blow up a religious tomb just a couple of days ago? Didn't they just do that?
Yeah,
Reuven?
Jonah's tomb got bombed.
Oh.
Yeah, well, one of. And there again, I think that's another one that, didn't exist in ancient history. It's fairly modern.
Well, I mean, modern or not, is it the tomb or not?
Well, like I said, there's a couple of them, and if it only came into existence in the 14 or 1500s, then obviously it isn't. It's kind of like the tomb of Jesus. Well, one of the two that are there. Nobody really knows if they actually were the tomb of Jesus, or 70 years after, this was kind of the area we claim was going to be where his tomb is, or the other one, which of course came with the Crusades, saying, well, this is where we believe the tomb was.
All right, so when we got Reuven's talking about the tomb of the patriarchs. Why don't we go in there? Reuven's saying that's where Adam and Eve are. We'll desecrate their graves like we normally do. We'll take some of the DNA, we'll throw it in a machine, we'll figure it out.
I would be happy with that. If we could go in there and, run tests on those, I would be completely comfortable with that.
I mean, shit, if we're gonna fucking nuke graves tombs, might as well do it right, Right, Grant?
We're going to nuke what?
I don't know what I was talking about. Reuven says he's not even sure that's even possible. Well, shit, Reuven, you always telling me that the 23andMe is a beautiful site. Why don't we just 23andMe Adam and Eve?
Well, you don't have the DNA material just from calcified bones. Chances of actually getting a marrow sample that can be analyzed on something that old is probably pretty slim.
I am going to shit a brick laughing if you find something that you think's Adam and Eve, and you DNA sample it to clone it, and it turns out to be a monkey.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole point too. Is there's too many patriarchs, has Adam and Eve and the founders and stuff like that, according to Jewish tradition. I mean, I'm sure if you go to the other side of the sea and you look at the Chinese and everything over there, I think you'll get a completely different story of where the origins came from. And maybe they have some temple or tomb constructed to something that they consider to be the original man. Should we give it as much credence as the one in, in the Jewish tradition?
I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't. I know why certain people wouldn't.
That always comes down to that simple base of argument, that your religion is for the most part determined geographically where you were raised. I mean, chances are if you're raised in, North America, you'll be Christian, and chances are if you're raised in India, you'll be Hindu, and that's just the way it is. It's not like you're raised in India and you have this divine inspiration to go chase the New Testament or whatever.
My favorite comedian, Jim Jeffries, has a bit on that, and he's talking about religion, and he said, exactly what you're saying. Because, now is when God decided to pick a side, because it really depends on what country that you're born in on what you're going to believe, for the most part.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, I was thinking about this yesterday. It's the same kind of thought process I go to every once in a while. If everything is God's will, if that's true, then people being Hindu is God's will. So how can being Hindu be a sin? Because
Well,
obviously God can't sin, right?
that depends
So,
on... Some people will say that man create your diehard Christians, I think, will tell you that men have made their own religions over time, and those are wrong because they're false and against God.
Yes, and Ken Ham will tell you that all aliens are going to hell.
Yes.
see, Cerberus, or not Cerberus, he says Cerberus. Reuven agreed with me. All religions are created by God because they're all God's will.
So Grant, did he really say that all aliens are going to hell? Or was you just making that
Absolutely.
up for a joke?
He said that the original sin created in the Garden of Eden, Adam's sin, applies to all species throughout the universe, and the aliens cannot get salvation because they don't believe in Jesus, so they're all going to hell.
You'd think he would argue the point that, well, there's no such thing as aliens because we were all created here on the Earth and we haven't had the technology yet to get out of this world, But no, he went nuts with it.
And this was who again?
Ken Ham, the guy who's building an ark and has the Creation Museum and debated Bill Nye, that guy.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the debate between Ken Ham and Bill Nye, look it up. It's pretty interesting.
I think everybody by now had to see that.
I know he's on like the crazy outskirt side of religion. I do realize this, and I realize he's got good company out there with a lot of other people, that just have no idea about what they're talking about and will not be willing to admit what they talk about. Like Ray Comfort in the banana, he doesn't understand that, it was, it's not in its original form. Selective breeding by mankind brought it down to what it is. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I don't even think we grow bananas the way they're supposed to anymore. Every banana now is just a clone of the banana we ended up with. I'm not positive if that's true.
No, it's true. All the bananas you buy in the store and the one he was holding, they're all sterile.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And you
I just
have
want to
this.
jump in here real quick and just say thanks for having me, Reuven. And Reuven, we got to talk about the tune more. But anyway, talk to you later, guys. Take care, Grant.
Later.
Goodbye.
Have a good night.
And just recently I was reading, I don't even know if it was Ken Ham or Ray Comfort now. I think it was Ray Comfort. They were talking about gravity at the International Space Station. They were explaining to him that there's just as much gravity there, or slightly less gravity there, than there is on Earth. And he was arguing that there's no gravity up there. And then I guess he got schooled by some people at Yale that were teaching him about how they're in a constant fall, and because of the fall, they're experiencing weightlessness, but it's not the same as not having gravity. And so he was willing to accept what the scientists told him at Yale when it came to gravity, but totally wouldn't listen to anybody where it comes to evolution.
Well, that's because some science doesn't ruin his worldview. The biologists are all lying. It's a conspiracy. I don't know what it is today, but I'm like all flimmy today.
Lovely. Local honey, that's what you need.
Other than Hangouts, what do all y'all do for fun?
I garden.
Well, alright, to be more specific, I mean like maybe you go out or like you hang with like other people, you do something with them. That's what I meant.
When I have resources, I do different things.
Oh, okay.
I communicate a lot with people in the permaculture community, which is basically people that grow stuff. So yeah, still, I garden.
Do you grow stuff that wouldn't be normally grown in your area?
Actually, that is a good question, and the answer is no. Like, just as a classic example, big agriculture tends to want to group everything into 4 categories. Let's go grow corn, let's grow potatoes, let's grow wheat, and let's grow rice. But as a small, gardener, farmer, / whatever you want to consider it as, there's like over 4,000 different varieties of beans, and most of them are just awesome. But because a lot of them can't be grown in a situation that allows for industrial harvesting, in other words, they don't have a tractor built that can just run down the field and pick them up. It requires you going out there and picking them individually, so it's not cost effective to get them to market. And you don't want to try to, pick out which of these, 4,000 species of beans do I think I can make a killing on in the market by selling them at an increased price. So yeah, for the individual farmers, there's literally hundreds of varieties of tomatoes, thousands of varieties of beans, hundreds of versions of peppers. There's a wide variety of food that's very natural and very tasty that just isn't available in common markets.
Oh God, I would hate to farm tomatoes.
Why?
It just sounds so awful. Like I do corn, soybean, and an oil bean that changes every year, depending on what I need in my soil. But I mean that's because I sell it all. I want to make money off of it. That's the whole point for me.
Oh, I get your point.
But like the excuse to not grow more beans, like it's stupid for them not to do it, really. Because I mean, it's not complicated, really. I mean, I don't see how you couldn't apply a slight modification to like a soybean harvester to harvest all the other beans.
Well, a lot of, you have a lot of beans that strictly are vine and not bush, and I'm not saying they couldn't be hybridized to, do a bush, but yeah, there's that.
But it's like, have you seen a potato planter and harvester? Like those things are complicated as fuck.
Yeah, yeah. I actually grow my own sweet potatoes.
So I'm in New York, and I'm in the Suffolk area. So do you know any fruits that I'll be able to grow?
You can actually, there's a lot of ways that you can go about this, but first thing you need to do is figure out what your hardiness zone is. So you can Google hardiness zone and it'll show you what your area is. Just, but you can look at the map and see, I'm in this, it's like 4C or 4B, depending. It's probably somewhere in the 4 area or 5 area. And then with that hardiness zone, you can do a search for, you know, fruit and or vegetables that can be grown in hardiness zone 4 or 5, and you'll get a huge list of things that you can grow there.
But like a small time garden, anything you can grow and pick over the course of a year, or over a course of a season. I mean, couldn't you really just basically grow anything?
Oh, absolutely, especially if you're doing it in like a actual planter instead of in the ground. But even in the ground, if it's just like a garden crop, stuff that's annuals, it's only going to grow that one time and then you're done. Absolutely. If the weather is nice, for a good 7 months, 6, 7 months, good sun, you can pretty much grow anything, yeah.
Like Alaskan summers.
There's Alaska, actually, they can produce quite a bit up there with the use of greenhouses. And even in their summertime, they can kick out quite a bit of produce.
Yeah, they get big ones because the day lasts so long, right?
Yes, yes.
Massive heads of lettuce. Like a Cabbage Patch Kids.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few crops that do really well in like winter areas too. I mean, when it's snowing and whatnot. Garlic you're supposed to plant in the fall, and it overwinters through snow and whatnot. Cauliflower and things that are in the brassica family do okay in the snow. So it's not like you're just limited by the weather options.
Yeah, and you got the kinds of wheat that you plant in the fall too. I forget what they're called. I've never seen them around here, but I know they exist.
Yeah. And then you can set up situations which are called microclimates in gardening, which is basically finding a wall that, for example, reflects a lot of sunlight down on the ground in front of it, which creates a situation that, it's going to be a lot hotter there, even in the colder climate. So certain things will adapt well in that particular section. But if you do want to start a small garden up there in New York, one thing I do recommend highly, especially if you're new to gardening, is learn about companion planting. And that's find out what you want to plant and then find out what you need to plant that'll be beneficial for what you're planting, whether it's herbs or whatnot, things that'll keep insects from eating your plant, things that'll bring beneficial insects to help your plant, things like that.
Sounds like a lot of money.
It's nickels and dimes. It really is. Seeds don't cost much.
See, I need to start my garden over here on the other side of my property. I used to plant a small garden, not very big, to basically catch rabbits.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds kind of ironic.
Welcome back, John.
Thank you, sir. Have you guys noticed? I noticed this. It was about 2 weeks ago that they've started back to school sales in the middle of July?
No, to be honest, when does school start?
Usually September. Usually day after Labor Day. But
Is it the same all over now, or are some sections of the country doing weird kind of schedules and whatnot? I haven't kept up with that in like 30 years.
we have summer schools going on now. For people who need to, you know, they failed a grade or unless they want to get ahead. But I mean, I remember back to school sales were like August, middle of August. Now they start even a month earlier.
I would say around me, school starts in the middle of August. But I imagine it probably varies by a couple of weeks across the country.
So pretty soon I'll be getting these delinquents off my street then, huh?
Oh no, are you turning into the grumpy old man?
No, actually, I'm not. I don't care if people play in my lawn and crap like that. It doesn't bother me. I think that's what grass is for. It's wasted if nobody's stepping on it, you know?
As long as it ain't your garden.
Children still play outside?
In Alabama, you kind of got to set your watch back about 75 years. So there are some benefits. So yes, we do have kids that play outside here. I think a lot of it may be because their parents. I'm not going to be mean, so never mind. I was going to take a dig in at anti-technology, but I'm not going to do it. But needless to say, I hardly see any of the kids around here wandering around with cell phones or, any kind of device.
I don't know. I don't know how anybody lives without without phones. And frankly, even I can't even imagine people keeping up with their kids. I mean,
I don't mind not having a phone. I don't know what I would do without the internet.
You use the internet for your phone?
No. I mean, I don't have any kind of cell phone or anything like that. I have a landline, and I think I use it twice or three times a month. I keep a Ventrilo open all the time, so that the friends that I do have, if they ever want to contact me, get me on my Ventrilo server, and I use Skype from time to time, but only if I just need a clear connection with somebody. But yeah, I don't have like a cell phone.
See, I see Grant skipping over the cell phone fad and just turning into a cyborg when it becomes possible.
No, I had a cell phone all the way up until like 1996, and I threw it out the window of my car and just never got another one. It was issues. It was like a leash. It was, and I'll give Netanyahu credit for this one, but yeah, I was a slave to my technology on that one.
I'm pretty open, Reuven, for tonight. What compelled you to throw the cell phone out the window? What happened?
Oh, just, at the time I had a girlfriend that was always, where are you? Why aren't you here? What are you doing? That kind of thing.
So it was the same day you broke up with her, huh?
No, we actually, stayed connected for about another year after that, but yeah, obviously she had some issues there, but yeah. That's why I said it was just like a leash, so it's, you know what? Leave a message. I'm just going to go with a landline and my answering machine, which already wasn't kind of put me out to be an asshole, my recorded message was like, "Hi, this is Grant. I'm probably here right now. In a few minutes, you'll start talking, and I'll have a decision to make." Yeah, that was all it was. Is I don't think that people need to be connected to everybody all the time. It's not natural. You should have intervals in your life where you can just be, you know, with yourself, with your thoughts, and alone and free from, being connected to all the time.
Hey, Grant.
Sir.
One of us. One of us.
Not going to happen. No, one day I'd like to, disconnect completely. I still want to have internet access, but I don't want to seem like one of those weirdos, but I think I'm going to end up being one of those weirdos. I want to disconnect from the power grid. I want to disconnect from city water and all of that crap. Just want to become more independent, on my own, resources. Manage my own resources.
Hey, I'm disconnected from the power grid and city water.
How did you manage? What do you got? You got solar and a well?
I have a well. Technically, I'm still attached to the grid. I just generate my own power. I have a small generator. I have a windmill, and I have a water turbine.
Very nice. You should get into the permaculture movement. I think you would really like it. You're already halfway there.
Well, shit, that's just shit that was left over and given to me. Like, I didn't even try for that. My grandpa grew up in a time where this property didn't have electricity, so he never really relied on there being electricity from the outside.
Yes. Yeah, I basically only want to have, enough power to basically run like a refrigerator and my computer.
Yeah, I need a lot more.
All right, guys. Reuben he's got to get to sleep soon. I'm gonna open up another room.
Okay, so we leaving here then?
Yeah,
Send me the link.
Sure.
Send us a link in the text chat.
Hey,
No problem.
You have a good night, Reuben. Thanks for the invite.
Give me a moment.
John, please tell me you're going to have a topic in there.
I don't have one.
I've been trying to fill up dead space here, but I'm dying.
So Grant, what site do I go to because my hardness my hardness zone is 7B.
Oh, you're actually in a good zone.
Am I?
Yeah, 7B is not bad at all. I mean, I'm in like 8A, so it's not much different. And I'm in Alabama where almost everything grows. I can grow all the way up to subtropical.
Look at you.
Yeah. Here's a website for you. I'm going to put it over in the sidebar just so you know. That'll give you tons of information for everything you need to know about growing in any area, but specifically, they'll find information for you. Yes, I two-finger type. That's on permies.com. It's a permaculture site, so the information that you get there will actually be really useful and not woo-like. No woo-woo involved.
Man, the only thing I wish I could grow that I can is oranges.
Yeah, I want citrus here, but I don't get enough of. I don't know if I get too much or not enough winter. I think I get too much. There's like one type of lemon, a Myers lemon, that I can grow here, but I have to grow it in a planter and bring it in at night in the winter kind of deal.
All right, guys, there's the link.
All right, John, we'll be coming over shortly.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, well, okay.
What?
No, go ahead. Good night, Reuven. Get some sleep, man.